Should we, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can I get the mic? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the delay in getting started today, some unavoidable issues that we had to deal with. So at this time, the August 21st meeting of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education will now come to order. Please stand for the invocation followed by the pledge. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning and welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. For item 2.03, we are going to have two different and separate approvals of the minutes because we had a special executive session meeting. So for the first motion, what was the date? Can we have a motion to approve the minutes from the July 10th, 2019 board meeting?
So moved.
Motion and a second. Are there any edits or discussion around those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
I just have one, and it's not a significant change administratively. We agreed that it, for the reception with CAC, we agreed that it would take place no later than November 2019. So if we could have that added, please.
Okay, that's a very friendly edit. Okay, and then for the minutes of the special executive session that occurred on August 5th, can we have a motion to approve those minutes, please?
So moved.
And a second. Discussion on those? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. Would any member like to propose any changes to today's minutes? Ms. Antoine.
I am making a motion that item number 7.02 move up to become item number 3.02 so that it closely aligns with the presentation today, and so in the order of flow, I'm requesting that that moves up.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? I'm sorry, and these lights are dimmer than before, so I apologize. Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for asking. So yes, the appropriate staff is in the room. My concern, and they're giving me the nod and thumbs up, is that they will already be winded and exhausted from the previous presentation on readiness for school because they're part of that as well. And so we may have to give that team a minute or two to catch their breath. Is that okay with the board? Because they're part of the previous presentation. So I want to make sure that they've got time to catch their breath to go into the next one.
I certainly am sensitive to that fact and willing to do that. Maybe we can put the photo up right there or something to allow them that break, but I would prefer that it not be at the bottom of the agenda, please.
Ms. Antoine, if I may, and if the board would certainly support, how about we do the special presentation item 3.01, we move to public comment, which will then give them a break, and then perhaps right after public comment.
I agree.
Okay?
And so are we doing a consensus on the movement, or do we vote on it? How does that go?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we'll make that as 5.00 then, if
Yes,
that's
please.
okay.
So I'm making a motion that we please make item number 7.02, item number 5.00.
Second.
Discussion, further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Would any member like to make any further changes to the agenda? Seeing none, then the agenda will stand as revised. Thank you. Item 2.05 is special recognitions, and today we're very honored because of the work of this board and of this school system to have a presentation of an award that this board and school system earned. And it's my honor at this time to recognize one of Anne Arundel County's own, Jackie Wiseman, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. Welcome.
Am I on? Good morning. As you know, I'm Jackie Wiseman, the Director of Communications and Marketing for the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. However, this morning, I'm here on behalf of the National School Board Association to present the Anne Arundel County Public School System with the 2019 Magna Award. The Magna Award honors schools across the country for programs that break down barriers for underserved students. A panel of school board members, administrators, and other educators selected the winners from over 200 submissions. It is important to note that in the past 10 years, Anne Arundel County is the only Maryland school system to receive the Magna and the only system in the country to win 2 years in a row. Anne Arundel was recognized for their work in addressing equity by creating the Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. Since the Office of Equity only has 4 staff members, developing the Equity Lead program was essential in more effectively and efficiently executing the office's mission to serve and support students, schools, and families by promoting high levels of student achievement. The National Award Committee believes that the results of this program are worthy of the prestigious award, and MABE could not agree more. So on behalf of MABE, congratulations to the Anne Arundel County Public Schools on receiving the National School Board Association Magna Award.
We'll now ask the board to come around for the photo opportunity. Everybody, we'll take a few photos. There we go. Just a little bit of the light. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And before we move on, I'm always excited to see some of our former school board members but in particular, our most recent student board member and vice president, Josie Array, is in the audience. She is off to University of Maryland College Park tomorrow. So best wishes to you. Thank you for being here. Mrs. Hummer. Thank you, Mrs. Hummer. Item 2.06 is school and community highlights. Mrs. Corkadell.
Thank you. I have my glasses on here. So very, very busy summer. I wanted to do first a very quick shout out and congratulations to several agencies that the school teams with, and that is Anne Arundel County Department of Recreation and Parks, as well as Anne Arundel County Economic Development Corporation. Through the efforts of working with our FFA students, our 4-H'ers in the program in the county, and the Friends of Rockhold Creek, they restored the historic Rockhold Creek barn in West River and had its official ribbon cutting. And so our students are going to have a chance, a place to keep their livestock, because their livestock, when they go to market at the fair, is how they earn their money for their programmatics, is one way for the 4-H. And most of our FFA students are outgrowths of our 4-H program. And so it was a great celebration and a special call out for Miss Lisa Barge, who handles the agriculture program and works so closely and with awesome enthusiasm for our FFA students down in, which is our Future Farmers of America for Southern High School. I want to thank McCaw Learning Center for inviting the board to participate in the Ideata, and I had the fortune of being there, celebrating with them, and we always appreciate their gracious hospitality. And then lastly, I attended, I don't have my mic right this second, but I attended the new teachers orientation. I went all 3 mornings to the auditorium, and I just want to say a special shout out to Andrea Muki, who is the manager of New Teacher Support. She is such a rock star, and she's this bubbling, bouncing of joy each and every single year that she does this, and it gets better and better. Of course, Helen Matioski did an outstanding job rallying the folks. I understand I saw a guitar in her hand at one point, demonstrating the rock stars. But most importantly, were we able to get the, nope, okay. But most importantly, on day 3 in the morning, I want to recognize one of our students. So this student took their summer to practice with a dance teacher just for our new teachers. And that student was Kamari Curtis. She did this outstanding interpretive dance. So they did a section for the teachers, I'll just say really brief, to demonstrate the types of emotions that they would be going through in their first year. And it was an interpretive dance with music and art going on, totally awesome. And she did solo the interpretive dance. So she's a rising Meade High School student coming from MacArthur Middle School this year. And she got up there and so owned that stage and rocked it for the teachers. So congratulations to all of our new teachers. I could not imagine so much energy in a room. 670 new teachers that we had there, each one of them enthusiastic, some with experience, some this is going to be their first assignment. And I just got so excited about our school year, and I hope everyone else is too, because we had a room full of rock stars, new and old. So congratulations on a very successful new teacher orientation, folks. And lastly, I just want to do a shout out to Jody Reese one more time for her Summer Meadows Hero Award. I had the pleasure of joining them up at the Brooklyn Park Middle um, farmers market, and a true testament to healthy student, healthy lifestyles, and making sure our families are well served. She just takes it by the reins each and every single time, and I can't wait to see what she's going to build upon next year. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Corkadal. Mrs. Shahine.
Yes, a busy. Oh, maybe it is on. I'll just project. Yeah, a busy summer indeed. Since our July meeting, I just went to a few different, but all very incredible events. The Fort Meade Summer of Cyber at Fort Meade High School was amazing. Learning about um, the partnership between the military and the school and the program, and just what a fabulous and amazing opportunity for our students, and something that did not exist in at least my part of Los Angeles County growing up. So I loved learning about it. It was a pleasure to be there. I was there with Melissa and Candace, and I'm sure they'll talk more about that as well. I attended the Our Minds Matter festival. So Our Minds Matter is a group of, I think it's all Severna Park High School students, and their focus is obviously on mental health. An incredible, articulate, fabulous group of individuals, and I appreciate their work and their advocacy. And they put on a whole festival focusing on the mental health needs of students, and it was amazing. So, super props to them. And then I went to the drum corps event at Navy Stadium. A bunch of us were there actually, and I just never seen anything like it. It was like a cross between marching band and flags and cheer, and it was not something unlike anything I've ever seen before, and I just thought it was really fabulous. So it was wanted to share that with you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Shahine. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. Yes, the Cyber Summer event at Fort Meade it was remarkable to attend and see the opportunities that our students have and the partnerships that our schools are able to create to provide these opportunities for our students is remarkable. I just want to give a special shout out to our teachers and staff and welcome them back for the new school year. I'm very excited to be starting the new school year, and I want to give a very special warm welcome to our new teachers. I did attend the kickoff for the new teacher orientation, and it was remarkable to see how many new teachers we've already hired. I know we're still working on that, so it's just very exciting for me to be starting a new school year with this board. So welcome back, everyone.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Ms. Antoine.
So everything they did, I did too. so so I won't go into repeating it, but I do want to share with Jody, Miss Jody. You are sincerely a hero and well deserving of the award that you got. So many of us, not just our students, but people overall, are benefiting from your hard work. And the only thing I request is that you keep the board informed on your needs so that you can continue to do great things. I attended something that was not mentioned, was the Drum and Bugle Corps show. I didn't hear you. So, okay, I lost my hearing. But that was an outstanding show, and well worth us going out there. It introduced so much significant opportunity for our students that I would encourage attend if they can. But the arts in itself, the display of that show, the entertainment value in it, it was definitely worth the attendance. The cybersecurity session that we attended at Fort Meade. I had my lapel this morning and I think it popped off. But I am so excited about the collaborations and the partnerships there at Meade High School. I would request that students interested sign up for that signature program at Meade, and I think it's expanded to other students that may be interested. It is an opportunity where we are leading effective change in Anne Arundel County. Cybersecurity is certainly something that we will directly be impacted by, and it's a necessary program. And to know that we are affecting change with our future and helping them to understand the pros and cons of cybersecurity is a blessing. So I'm glad that's in place, and I'm looking forward to working with those students and the entire signature program to help it to become what it should be.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine.
Not finished.
Part two.
So I just had to take a breath. I'm sorry. And then we had the summer commencement that was absolutely wonderful. I cried at every commencement, but I boo-hooed at the summer commencement. It was incredibly moving. I commend those students who had the boldness to just keep going and cross the finish line. Congratulations. And then finally, I told you guys I would do a special report, but my procrastination caught up with me concerning my school visits. I will admit to that. But I have photos, and I wanted to be able to share those this morning, especially because we had so many reassignments with the principals. I wanted them to get their kudos before the new season. So Diane, if you could pull those pictures up, please. So I want to be able to say to our entire community, our students need and deserve the best. And those school visits revealed those things. It also revealed how significant the operations of our schools are, not only directly affecting the success of our students, but it directly affects our success as a community, as a county, and as a state. So when I am able to photos, you'll see what they're doing, and you'll be able to appreciate what's going on just as much as I have. Thank you. And now, Terry, I am done.
I was just checking. Okay, thank you, Ms. Antoine. Mrs. Hummer.
I'm using Mr. Live's mic. Can y'all hear that? So, I went to the cybersecurity event at Meade High School, and I just have to pass on some high praise that we received from the community there about one of our staff members. I was talking to our major liaison with the military community and talked about how much we appreciated the work with the Fort on our Cyber Patriots and the great partnership that we had with them on everything. And she said, Anne Arundel County is by far our easiest and most extensive partnership around the surrounding counties. And she said, and you know, it's all because of Dr. Maureen McMahon. And she said, she is amazing and she has such vision. And when we come with any ideas for things to do, to offer in the schools or partnerships, she jumps right on it and she finds a way to make it work. She said, we go to other counties and present things and they turn us down because they say, oh, that's too hard logistically or we can't do it. Anne Arundel always jumps in because of Dr. McMahon's leadership. And then a year or so later, the other counties come back to us and say, how can we do this now? So I just wanted to shout out that that was an unsolicited just feedback that we got right away to say that what a powerful advocate we have for our students in our community that is seen and appreciated throughout the community. So thank you, Dr. McMahon.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer, and thank you to Dr. McMahon and your entire team for all that you do. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, thanks so much. Just really briefly, I received a wonderful letter that I wanted to share with the board and the public. Once again, the National Procurement Institute is awarding their 2019 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award to our procurement office. And so it is not the first time, it is a number of years that they have won this award. just received that information, so congratulations to Mary Jo Childs and her entire team and procurement office that do a fabulous job. Congratulations on that. I want to say 8, but I'm waiting on a response, so I think it's 8. But once again, they just do incredible work, and so we're lucky to have them as part of the team. And I also just wanted to mention, for those of you that haven't noticed, the new and improved boardroom. We have a new fresh coat of paint. You have new flooring. You have new seats to sit in, and the wiring has all been upgraded. You'll notice that we're not using the screen anymore. It's a special paint on the back wall so we can expand the picture so you can see it better from the back of the room. And much of this, our own facilities team did a fabulous work, but in particular, Chris Cole, who spent countless hours, particularly on Fridays when we were closed in here in the ceilings, getting the wiring done. And in fact, I believe we're wired now for HD when we go to HD. So that's kind of exciting. So welcome to the new boardroom.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Arlato, for mentioning that, and thank you to the entire team. Item 2.07 is the policy committee update, and we'll turn to Mrs. Corkadal for a brief update.
Thank you, President Gilliland. So the policy committee, as was announced in June, does not meet in July and August. However, the executive team of the policy committee did meet earlier this month to lay out a final draft of their schedule, and that is going to be sent to the policy committee members. I want to do a welcome aboard to our newest board member who will be joining us. Welcome aboard, Rita. And thank you for being willing to join Ms. Schalheim and Ms. Hummer and I on the policy committee. And so what we will be convening again in September, and at that time we will have the final approval. One of the things that we did decide to do to make the policy committee more accessible to the public as well as other board members is the meeting time will now be occurring on the third Wednesday of the month at 4 p.m. prior to our board meetings here in the boardroom. And so anytime the public would like to engage, the agenda, just as a general reminder, is up on the policy committee tab on the website. And if you have any questions, you can always contact our executive assistant at the board office, Ms. Howells, and she can instruct you appropriately. We welcome the public to attend. However, this is a business meeting, and public participation is not typically on the agenda. So we're looking forward to a very good year. And for those who are on the policy committee, you can be looking for emails in the next couple weeks in preparation. And in September, we will have a good comprehensive update as to the final setting of what policies that we are aspiring to review this year, as well as some other announcements. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Corkadal. Item 2.08 is the budget committee update, and we'll turn to Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. So this is our first budget committee update, and what I want to do today is just sort of give an overview of the activities of the budget committee moving forward. We kind of have a new process. We're going to become a bit more active through the budget process. We'll be meeting more frequently, depending on where we are in the budget cycle. And the purpose is to basically consolidate the information, get in front of the big issues, and be able to sort of guide the process throughout the budget cycle. Many people remember our last budget meeting where we had 81 amendments, I think it was, made for a very long evening. So we're trying to get in front of all of that and come together on budget issues so that we can have a more seamless process and make it a little easier for everyone. So we will be meeting again more regularly starting in September. So those meeting times and locations will be posted, and thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis, and certainly thank you for your work on the Budget Committee and raising awareness of all of the delegate intricacies involved in that committee. Item 2.09 is the PTA report. No report today? Your mic's louder than mine. Item 2.10 is the CAC report.
My soul. Good morning, President Jolin and board members. We look forward to a new 2019-2020 year. My name is Tanisha Howard, and I serve on the CAC as the Northeast Cluster Elementary Representative. This past year, I was the vice chair and honored to be elected as chair for this upcoming year as my third year. Amy Ziegler, who is entering her second year, will begin as secretary. With a vacancy in the vice chair position due to a resignation over the summer, the CAC will hold election for this position at our September 9th meeting. The CAC will continue to meet on the second Monday of each month to be held at a new time, 6:30 to 8:30. We have a minimum of 8 meetings that CAC members will have this year. And we have also designated alternate dates for the winter months, which last year decimated several of our meeting dates, to ensure that the committee work progresses timely for board priorities. The CAC membership consists of 16 returning members with 12 new members elected this past July. We welcome our new staff liaison in PIAC, Representative Jen Lombardi, as Teresa Tudor retired. The CAC leadership team, consisting of myself, Amy, and our staff liaison, Jennifer, and assisted by Shelley Davenport with the Office of School and Family Partnerships, who I cannot thank enough for stepping in to attend the meeting that we had for our new members. As Jen was on vacation. We met on Tuesday, July 13th to greet and provide orientation to our new members to the committee. Orientation is an opportunity to train and develop a foundation for our members. While in the past this typically occurred an hour before our first session convened, I thought it would be more appropriate to have the orientation in August to provide our new members with a longer opportunity to onboard and ample time to adjust and acclimate before the official meeting in September gets underway, and at which time they can fully participate. We want to thank President Gilliland for attending this orientation session to properly welcome our new members and starting the new year with them in a collaborative spirit. With that in mind, we look forward to the new year, having more interaction with the board, having their presence at our meeting, and starting in September, we actually already have on our schedule to have Vice President and Policy Chair Michelle Corkadal scheduled for our September 9th meeting. We have planned several speakers with Robert Mosier as our first to launch the school year, and we continually to seek staff participation to support the committee work designated as priorities by the board and that of our community. And finally, as you are aware, the CAC submitted reports in June from our 4 subcommittees: the communications, equity, college and career readiness, and social emotional learning. At the September 2018 meeting, recess was a topic brought forth and was elevated to a mention to the board that same month. Our equity subcommittee took up that issue of recess as the months progressed last year. We are pleased to work with the board in planning to support continuing actions on the issue of recess this coming year in a more comprehensive manner. Thank you for your support of the CAC and look forward to building and strengthening the CAC board relationship to further achieve a rewarding educational experience for everyone within our system.
And I think, Ms. Howard, we should be thanking you and appreciate all that you have already done, and we certainly look forward to our continued collaboration this year. Got one question or comment from Ms. Antoine.
Just wanted to say congratulations. Please stand by for the reception that we're working to schedule so that we all can meet you all in one happy place that we voted on last year. My question though for you, because it sounds like you're doing a lot over summer, do you have personal goals that you would like to achieve as the new chair?
So, over the past 2 years, when I first came in, it was more of a transparency and really more of how can we be more effective and really wanting to establish where that the members and the enthusiasm that we are receiving every year, I want to channel it. I want to make sure that it's used, and I want to make sure that they understand that we are heard, and we want to make sure that we elevate the CAC to what the board envisioned it to be and to really set that foundation for the future. So that's really what I want to do, is make sure that I put a solid foundation together and also create that transparency and that pathway that we can really channel our efforts.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And
You're welcome.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard and Ms. Antoine. Item 2.11 is the CRASC report.
Good morning, President Gilliland, Vice President Corkadell, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Pariti Cherry, and I am the CRASC Secretary of Education. CRASC has taken part in many school system, regional, and statewide events since our last report. On June 21st, 4 student leaders had the amazing opportunity to be ambassadors at the Student Services Mini Conference. Not only did we get to meet the Student Services team, but we were invited to attend sessions about supporting the LGBTQ community, perils of social media, and dangers of vaping. The end of June concluded with the stellar Unlocking Our Potential conference at Northeast High School. Student leaders hosted the vision board tables and were able to interact with AACPS leaders and even see some of our former teachers. This summer, CRASC opened up the application period for appointed staff and received interest from schools all over the county. Our president, vice president, and advisor met to review the large number of applications. We now have a fully staffed 22 student executive team for the 2019-2020 school year. The Maryland Association of Student Councils Advance was held at Lathrop E. Smith Environmental Education Center in Rockville on August 8th. During the Mask Advance, student member on the board, Rita Alvi, CRASC Vice President Princess Merritt, and Middle School Coordinator Brenton Mead took part in renewing mask bylaws, presenting a regional report, meeting the new mask officers and appointed staff, along with a powerful presentation from Strong Schools Maryland. It was a great time, and we look forward to working with Mask much more this year. CRASC is continuing to build our relationship with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. On August 10th, we had a fantastic time on the leadership cruise. We were able to learn about the bay's biodiversity, discover how we can be a bay ambassador, and even caught blue crabs. Next week, the CRASC executive team will complete the Initiative and Confidence course at Arlington Echo. We are looking forward to team building with our newly appointed staff. In addition, we are hosting our first meeting on August 28th at 6:30 p.m. A few initiatives we want to tackle this year include advocating for mental health awareness, embracing diversity, and empowering students to advocate not only in their schools but in Annapolis as well. I appreciate the time to give you an update about what's happening in CRASC. Thank you, and let's have a successful school year.
Thank you for your presentation. Item 3.01 is the readiness for opening of schools report. Just by way of background, as has been the case in previous years, members of the executive team will provide an oral presentation to the board as to the readiness of the school system for the opening of the 2019-2020 school year. The presentation will include information from the offices of school performance, curriculum and instruction, equity and accelerated student achievement, advancement studies and programs, student support services, and human resources, as well as the Chief Operating Officer. This presentation will include information that's normally covered in the 4 departmental reports presented monthly to the board. So welcome to all of you.
Good morning, President Gillian, Vice President Corkadell, members of the board, and Dr. Alato. For the record, my name is Dawn Lucarelli, Associate Superintendent for School Performance. Before I begin our presentation on the readiness for the opening of schools for the 2019-2020 school year, I'd like to ask my colleagues to introduce themselves and their respective offices.
Good morning, Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent, Curriculum and Instruction.
Good morning, Assistant Superintendent, Advanced Studies and Programs, Mary Talar.
Good morning, Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement.
Good morning, Sally Egan, Assistant Superintendent for Student Support Services.
Good morning, Jessica Kutches, Executive Director of Human Resources.
And Alex Shackno, Chief Operating Officer.
Our readiness report begins with the Office of School Performance. First, our schools. Between transfers and promotions, 17 schools will have new principals. 11 schools will open with first-year principals, and 6 will open with principals new to the building. 40 schools have had changes in assistant principals, 23 were promoted, 16 were transferred, and 1 was hired from outside Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Second, our students. We're projected to enroll more than 84 students, a record this year, and our staffs are ready to greet them at the door. At the secondary, pardon? Yes, 84,000. Yes, not 84. 84,000. Couple zeros off there. At the secondary level, our Office of School Performance team worked with our Office of Student Data and our Student Services Division to ensure all students will have a complete schedule the first day of school. As we speak, our schedulers and our counselors are working diligently to resolve any last-minute scheduling conflicts. At the elementary level, our youngest learners will be ready to go on day 1. The safety and security of our students and staff is always forefront of our thoughts, and we continue to work hard over the summer in that area. Our Office of School Security, for example, has been involved in providing safety training throughout our school system, including secretaries and custodial staff. In addition, safety vestibules, or double entryways, as they're more commonly called, have been added and are being added to many schools as we speak. That will continue well past the start of the school year. Third, our school buildings are busy as well. 6 of our schools are starting their schedules 1 day late to accommodate final preparations due to construction projects. Arnold Elementary, Edgewater Elementary, George Cromwell Elementary, High Point Elementary, Jessup Elementary, and Chesapeake Bay Middle. Fourth, athletics continues to be awesome as well. Last year, we had 11,267 student athletes, 1,066 additional students in unified athletic programs, such as tennis, bowling, and bocce. Our 1,018 coaches are certified in care and prevention, CPR, concussion training, and heat acclimation training. In addition, to better serve our 64% of coaches who are not traditional classroom teachers, our athletic department has trained coaches for critical moments in sport, prioritizing student-athlete mental and physical safety, teaching life lessons through sport, and integrating student-athlete voice at all levels of programming. All this hard work pays off. Last year, Anne Arundel County Public Schools brought home 11 state championships. This puts our new countywide total at 403 since our first state championship in 1908. Finally, the people in the Office of School Performance. Our team has worked with all school-based leaders to ensure successful opening of the school year. Specifically on Monday, we hosted our opening session with all principals with a focus on our 3 driving values from our strategic plan: all means all, ready, set, launch, and sound stewardship. We provided a professional development session entitled Increasing Cultural Intelligence in Leadership, and in collaboration with the Office of Equity, once again, we shared energizing and engaging ways to forge critical relationships with students, staff, and the community during the first week and beyond. In summary, our 123 principals and their school teams are ready and excited to welcome our students for the 2019-2020 school year, thanks to the collaboration of many offices.
Good morning. I'm excited to share curriculum and instructions preparations for the start of the school year. During the July Assessment Writing and Curriculum Innovation Academy, elementary and secondary teachers worked with content coordinators and resource teachers to create more than 70 new curriculum documents. The academy included almost 300 writers and partners from Montgomery, Carroll, Frederick, Prince George, and Queen Anne's counties who all joined in the experience. This year, equity leads joined writing teams to help ensure materials of instruction and strategies offer opportunities and access regardless of a student's native language, learning level, or physical, social, and emotional ability. Curricula updates include universal design for learning, artful thinking strategies, AVID strategies, project-based modules, and technology-supported activities. Learning tasks and assessments have been developed in all disciplines to build students' reading and writing skills to connect essential skills and concepts. Across all grade levels, we are working on developing our students' writing skills with a renewed focus on writing conventions. Throughout the summer, staff from the Offices of Curriculum and Instruction, Advanced Studies and Programs, and Professional Growth and Development collaborated to plan and deliver professional learning opportunities for multiple audiences. We increased our interactions with administrators and classroom teachers to focus on learning strategies to engage students in critical thinking, problem solving, communication, and creativity. Our sessions also covered various topics, including multi-tiered systems of support, instructional technology, proactive behavior management, and a literacy academy for special education and general education teachers. Also, teachers new to special education participated in a series of seminars with staff from the Department of Special Education to prepare them for the effective delivery of specially designed instruction. In addition, we work with school teams to get them ready to prepare for our students to become literate, independent, caring, and contributing adults who are able to successfully navigate and positively impact the 21st century global society. We are thrilled to continue our student-centered curriculum for elementary learners. Students investigate new ways to engage, learn, and achieve through the themes of communication, critical thinking, collaboration, and creativity. Students will have opportunities for inquiry and discovery through exploration questions and concept connections. Within each discipline, we continue our commitment to movement, play, and discourse. To support teachers with implementation of our elementary curricula this year, early childhood teachers will receive multiple resources to facilitate instruction, as well as job-embedded support from specialists in the Division of Academics. We are also excited to continue our focus with middle school experience to meet the demands of the Maryland College and Career Ready standards. Curriculum documents include globalization and cross-curricular themes that align with the 21st century competencies. Our instructional approach is centered on developing students' conceptual understanding and systems thinking to allow for connections across content and prompt problem-solving opportunities. Students will utilize manipulatives, conduct investigations, solve problems, and participate in discussions that focus on the strength of the evidence used to generate claims. To support learning, students will participate in blended instruction that provides focus, coherence, and rigor of the standards so that learning is engaging, relevant, and fun for all learners. We evaluated and the board approved 17 new secondary courses over the past 12 months in preparation for the opening of this school year. These new courses support the values of the strategic plan to offer students important and relevant content, tools, skills, and experiences so that every student is able to confidently build and cross their own unique bridge from school to community engagement, workforce participation, and college enrollment.
Again, good morning. The Division of Advanced Studies and Programs continues to be dedicated to preparing our students to communicate precisely, work cooperatively, think creatively, and initiate action as they prepare to participate and excel in a global society. At this time, nearly 1,400 students have accepted seats within our programs of choice magnets for this upcoming fall. We currently have waiting lists for middle school and high school STEM, middle school PVA, and high school IB, but they are being assessed daily. To prepare for the upcoming school year, approximately 3,000 magnet program students engaged in activities, camps, and or bridge programs over the summer months. Specifically in STEM, middle school students focused on team building, community, and stewardship. Sixth graders engaged in a relationship building immersion at the Maryland Science Center, whereas seventh graders actively participated in day-long experiences, and eighth graders prepared for the Changemaker project through involvement in a Changemaker Academy. Activities for STEM and BMA high school students consisted of 2-week immersion experiences for ninth grade, ranging from the physics of music to summer sailing to board game design and production, a STEM design thinking summit for 10th graders, where students actually designed a better library, a better fitness center, a better grocery store, as an example. The summer of service for 11th graders, where over 7,000 hours of STEM service in the community occurred, and STEM summer internships for 12th graders with a 100% internship placement rate. In PVA, students focused on an arts engagement or experience. Middle school students participated in exploratory activities by also working in various art forms, building new techniques in and out of their prime track. Ninth graders in PVA engaged in 3-day immersive arts workshops in and outside of their prime content area, whereas 10th graders focused on project groups that examined, for example, media, storytelling, band design and marketing, and musical theater. Additionally, several of our PVA juniors supported the Summer Bridge as arts ambassadors. In IB, the summer enabled transitioning middle school students, incoming sixth graders, to engage in a Global Explorer and or Innovation Academy. High school students, on the other hand, were offered extended essay workshops and or college essay and interview seminars. We are also prepared and we are thrilled to implement the EE initiative in 12 elementary schools, including Marley Glen, in the Broadneck and Glen Burnie clusters. With the inclusion of these clusters, 8 of the 12 clusters now offer this exciting program. EE teaches students to approach problems with an open mind. It also offers students an area of study with project-based lessons designed to spark creativity. The program also provides our elementary teachers with precious and much-needed additional planning time. Advanced Studies and Program staff also actively participated in the Curriculum Academy with their CNI colleagues. This included focused program writing, for example in AVID, IB Design, and DP Math, and the proactive planning for the needs of all students, including accelerated learners, by enhancing the integration of learning strategies. Additionally, this summer, we partnered with the Division of Student Services in the creation of calming kits for our kindergarten students, recognizing the role of social and emotional learning with self-regulation and engagement. Furthermore, knowing the impact on education, when educators' knowledge and passion are ignited, ASP office leaders provided and or supported engaging professional development for our system's adult learners. This included AVID Summer Institute and Path Training, where 127 educators from 29 schools attended training or school-wide focus sessions to help with their school's college and career readiness mission. Designing 21st century classrooms, mindful meditation and trauma-informed practices, the power of protocols and technology in the teaching and learning process, College Board's enhancements to advanced placement, which included operational changes in student and educator resources, and the provision of teacher externships with the organizations such as Anne Arundel County Public Works, Chesapeake's Arts Center, and Jug Bay Wetlands Sanctuary. To ensure our 67 global community citizenship educators and leaders are prepared as they create a movement of inclusivity, acceptance, empathy, and community for our high school students, we have concluded a 6-day onboarding series, created a resource repository, and have had rich conversations with each and every high school principal to set the stage of support for the upcoming school year. Finally, in our quest to create amazing learning for our students and teachers, we have planned for authentic learning and application with a robust series of field trips, guest speakers, community partnerships and contracts, and extended day and weekend student learning opportunities for the 2019-2020 school year.
The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement continues to be intentional in our efforts in assisting schools in eliminating the achievement gap. Over the summer, we conducted professional development sessions and partnered with Curriculum and Instruction and Student Services to continue the conversation around equity and inclusion. Title I sponsored a 1-week camp at Arlington Echo where students were engaged in authentic, hands-on outdoor experiences. Title I also offered summer school programs at 7 different schools across the county. Children were engaged in learning over the summer, helping to prevent the summer slide. Over the summer, the Title I office was also preparing for professional development for staff that focuses on mindful strategies to incorporate on a daily basis. I will be providing you with a summary of the 3 different summer professional development opportunities. Session 1 focused on the use of protocols to explore the impact of microaggressions on educational equity. Session 2 focused on how culturally responsive teaching in daily lessons and activities can meet the needs of students. Session 3 was a book study on the New York Times bestseller, White Fragility, written by Dr. Robin DiAngelo. The outcome of the 2-day book study was to recognize how the system of racism shapes our lives, how we uphold that system, and how to interrupt it. The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement partnered with Curriculum and Instruction this summer to present valuable strategies and perspectives to curriculum writers on how to approach curriculum writing through the lens of equity to help ensure students are able to connect with the content. They also focus on strategies to mitigate implicit bias while writing curriculum. We also work with the Elementary Reading Office to take a closer look at assisting teachers with interactive read-alouds that have sensitive topics such as illness, race, poverty, family structure, etc., and how to deliver those lessons with keeping in mind the diverse perspectives and experiences that may impact students' understanding of and reaction to the text, and to consider the current social and political climate. I am also proud of our office efforts over the summer to work with Human Resources and Student Services to create a Safe Schools course for supporting transgender students. Finally, the Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement continues to support Dr. Alado's goal of being intentional in fostering positive student-teacher relationships by adding resources to the Teaching and Learning Practices Guide that focuses on creating a quality learning environment for all students. A year ago, we were thrilled to help sponsor Unity Day, an event that encouraged the wearing of orange and focused the attention of students, staff, and the community on kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. I am excited to announce to you today that we are expanding Unity Day for 2019 and turning it into Project Unity. We will start with Unity Day on October 23rd, so get your orange ready. We will be intentionally incorporating Unity Day on each of the 3 subsequent early dismissal days to focus on building capacity of teachers and staff in creating environments of kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. Thank you.
The Division of Student Support Services has hired some terrific new staff as a result of additional staffing enhancements and the filling of vacancies, and we are excited for students to return. A total of 39 new school counselors have been hired, 3 new pupil personnel workers, 8 new psychologists, 6 new social workers, and 6 new 504 resource facilitators assigned to 2 clusters each. Student Services will continue its partnership with the Anne Arundel County and Annapolis City Police Departments to provide the Handle with Care programs. As we seek to support students impacted by trauma. Our partnership with the Mentor Foundation will continue to support students with substance use prevention through the Living the Example peer-to-peer mentoring groups. Michelle Gay of Safe and Sound Schools, who spoke at an event we sponsored last spring, will return this fall to speak with principals and student services staff. The Office of Pupil Personnel has added a new committee to increase community engagement, so be on the lookout for some additional PPW-sponsored community events this year. In addition, many PPWs have elected to become notaries in order to help assist families with enrollment requirements to further reduce barriers to education. This summer, the Office of Psychological Services partnered with the Maryland Center for School Safety to provide statewide training of SROs specifically on the threat assessments in schools. This spring, the office will be partnering with the Office of Special Education to train and improve our assessment process for reading disabilities and dyslexia. School counselors will focus on the following themes this year: ethical and equitable standards. How do we ensure that we are meeting the needs of all students in alignment with state and national guidelines? Inclusion and intervention. How do we help students and families access supports and resources to ensure that we are removing barriers to learning for all students? Relationships and culture. How do we create, support, and maintain positive and safe learning environments for all students? The Office of Safe and Orderly Schools has updated the Student Code of Conduct, lessons, bias reporting forms, and the Student Discipline Referral and Checklist. The bullying, intimidation, and harassment forms for reporting and investigating cases remain unchanged. The office will continue to offer professional development training for assistant principals. The entire Safe and Orderly Schools team obtained recertification and hearing officer license renewal from the National Association of Hearing Officers as well. The Section 504 office has been onboarding its 6 new resource facilitators to address Section 504 needs in our schools. The office is providing TINET and 504 training for all assistant principals and facilitators. We have also worked to clarify discipline manifestation requirements for special education and Safe and Orderly School staff for certain drug and or alcohol violations and state testing accommodations from PARC to MCAT. The Office of Alternative Education will enter the 1920 school year with a new director, new senior manager, and new coordinator of behavioral supports and interventions. Under a multi-tiered systems of support framework, the Office of Alternative Education will consult, train, and coordinate with schools to support the implementation of positive behavior interventions and supports, restorative practices, and collaborative decision-making, otherwise known as CDM. The school nurses are back at work as of August 19th and have started putting student emergency medical plans in place and are reviewing immunization records for compliance. A teen mental health advisory composed of high school representatives from each high school will meet quarterly this coming year. Crest students have greatly increased their participation with MASC, the state organization, this year. The Office of Student Involvement is also facilitating the Maryland General Assembly Page Program for Anne Arundel County this fall. Future events also will include team building in Arlington Echo and involvement in many other leadership activities.
Good morning. While summer is usually a very busy time for the Division of Human Resources, this year proved to be our most challenging yet as we managed a new labor-intensive background requirement and we combat the national teacher shortage. Despite these challenges, the Division of Human Resources staff rose to the occasion to provide our schools with high-quality educators for the upcoming school year. Our Human Resources staff are dedicated, talented, and relentless in their efforts to find and hire quality candidates for our students and our schools. To give you an idea of what our hiring season looked like this summer, let me share some numbers with you. We have hired 776 new Anne Arundel County public teachers so far this summer. As a point of reference, last year on the same date, we hired 596 new AACPS teachers. Our new teachers came from a variety of places. Some are recent college graduates, while others came from other Maryland districts. We have career changers, we have people from in-state, we have people from out of state, and we have people even from Puerto Rico. Currently, 169 of our new hires are diverse, and we continue to explore ways to recruit diverse candidates to our school system so that our staff will reflect the students that we serve. A little closer to home, 170 of our hires are graduates of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and 65 were interns with us before we hired them this year. We are proud that they have chosen to come home to AACPS, and we look forward to supporting them as educators. Our substitute office has been working hard over the summer to ensure quality substitute teachers are available to hire into any remaining positions until they can be filled permanently. We currently have 1,480 active substitute teachers for this purpose. The number of our nationally board certified teachers continues to increase. We currently have 380 active nationally board certified teachers, and 108 of our schools have one or more nationally board certified teachers. Our staff is working extremely hard to continue to fill vacancies as we speak, so we look forward to being as close to fully staffed as possible when our students arrive on the first day. We are excited about our new hires, their energy, their ideas, and their potential to impact our students in a positive way. Thank you.
Our facilities division manages over 13.5 million square foot of real estate and approximately 3,200 acres of grounds. Facilities undertook notable construction and systemic maintenance activities at 64 of our 125 active school buildings. The projects included things like building additions, building renovations, major component replacements, and comprehensive repainting activities. Most of these projects are now coming to a close, and all school buildings are being cleaned, restocked, and made ready for the opening of school. Transportation is ready to begin transporting our approximately 63,000 bus-eligible students. All buses have completed their MVA inspections, and all drivers and aides have completed their MSDE required in-services. School bus routes are available online, and dry runs will be taking place on the 28th of August. Food Nutrition Services has completed all of their food service area inspections, and our employees are receiving their requisite trainings. Goods and wares are scheduled for deliveries, including the newly introduced organic based meal food trays. Thankfully, there is no increase in student meal or milk prices for the 6th consecutive year. Parents and guardians are encouraged to complete the 2019-2020 meal benefit applications, which are currently available online. Finally, both technology and instructional data have collaborated over the summer to ensure that all of our critical systems and programs are functioning in advance of school opening. The 7,200 computer refresh project is winding down, and we've added approximately 5,000 new technology devices to our portfolio. As evident from the past couple minutes, we've been busy and undertaken a lot of work over the course of the summer. Our job is not yet done. We all intend to be committed to finishing strong between now and the 3rd of September when our youngsters arrive. With that, we're pleased to turn it back over to you, Mr. President, and your colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Shafnovich and everyone. We've got a couple of lights. We'll take some board questions and comments, and then we'll move to public comment and then any summary comments at that time, if that's okay. Ms. Andrews.
Every face that I see sitting before us, I have seen on multiple occasions in different capacities, all over the county, all over the state, and in some cases outside of the state. You guys work very hard. Now, I want to encourage you to keep it going. Work with us to help you all to be as successful as you are. I thank you for, on behalf of the board, for always doing what needs to be done, despite your own sacrifice, your own families and otherwise. It's very important. I am very surprised that you guys were able to give us such a high level of your successes over the past year and your future intent in such a short time, because we all understand what that means, what it's going to take, and you all are doing a fabulous job. Because it's high level, I have high level questions. Um, I want to understand, in terms of our strategic plan, how the community can interact in helping us to achieve that as well. A lot of what is trying to be achieved in our goals for all means all, sound stewardship, and ready, set, launch has dependencies, and that includes dependencies on the community, the parents, the businesses, and otherwise. So are we focusing, or are we providing tools to allow that kind of input?
Yes, is the short answer. Let me give you a little bit more detail. So currently, you can go on the Anne Arundel County website to the strategic plan webpage and find each school's story. In the story, it has both quantitative and qualitative data that you can currently get on the website. Soon, probably the end of September, early October, schools are currently finishing up their each school improvement plans that interact with our strategic plan, where parents can see exactly what schools are working on. In schools, you will see what student groups, particularly in order to elevate students, eliminate gaps, will be addressed in those plans at each school. Did I answer your question?
Wonderful. I most certainly, it most certainly did. I understood too that there was a tool on our website that was set up when the board adopted the plan. Is that site still available to the public?
I believe so.
Yes, it is. And the data, where the public can click on metrics, the data is, what's the word I'm looking for? It's interactive. Thank you.
Yes.
It's interactive. So you can go to a particular school and look at the data, and you can manipulate the data as you see fit regarding your school or your cluster. So it is interactive. It's not just stagnant data it is interactive data.
So my second question would be about the water testing. I understand that, there's a lot going on in terms of the results, and we've approved a lot of support to that. I have not seen anything concerning the water testing results since March. Is that to mean that the tests are done and we have met the requirements, or what does that mean, please?
Sure, I'll take that one, Ms. Antoine. So the statutorily, the tests will never be done. So the mandate was for us to test all of the school fixtures by date certain, and we beat that date by well over actually a year and a half. So that was phase one. Phase two now is the fixtures that the results were above limits. Those fixtures we're in the process of replacing, having those fixtures retested. Once the test passed, the fixtures can be reactivated. Those fixtures that are not intended as potable water sources have had signage put on them indicating that that is not their intended purpose, etc. But I guess what I was referring to is the final phase. So the state law contemplated that the entire geography be tested the first year. And then after that first initial foray, then 1/3 of the school district is to be tested each and every year going on in perpetuity. So we've established that schedule. That testing schedule is available online, and we're working with our laboratories. As you may recall, those fixtures cannot be tested in the summertime. They can't be tested when the fixtures are not actively in use, and we don't have the student body and the faculty. So we have the plan. We know which third of the county is going to be tested. Like I said, that is available, and we're simply waiting for schools to reopen and to get back up to the functional condition that's required for the testing laboratory to begin testing the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3.
Wonderful, thank you. I wanted to also talk about internships at a high level. There are programs, of course, that give our students opportunities for those internships, but many of our students aren't part of those programs. So is there a path for students going into this year where they can be aware of internship opportunities beyond the programs that already offer them?
So I'll let our experts respond, but at a high level, at a 30,000-foot level, our goal is that every senior graduate from Anne Arundel County with having served in an internship in some way, shape, or form. We've got about 40% of our seniors up to this point have earned that. We're not where we want to be. To help support that, which I think is your question, there is a website dedicated to internships. So our students and families can log in, create a login, and go in and see what internships are available that we have already processed. Likewise, partnerships can enter in and say that they want to be a partner, and through the website, we basically can. It's a little more complicated than that, but we can join the two together. So we're trying to promote that within schools. We've got internship coordinators at the high school that work with students that want to earn internships, find out what their passions are, and then they go out. And if we don't have one already set up, they go out in the community and work with those business partners to establish that internship. Did I get that right, ladies?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Alano. And we have a designated person, Tammy Diedrich, who's manager of our internships, who works with our internship coordinators at the high school. So she's coordinating with our high school students and the staff there, as well as our partners in the community to establish their internship portal for everyone to be able to access.
Wonderful. I have two more questions, please, and thank you guys for that. Those answers, that was helpful. We are now in the environment of touch screeners, right? They, especially concerning our testing. I have a theory that a lot of our testing is based on the tools available for the students to test on. I think their success depends on that. I wanted to understand how we are transitioning our tools that we provide during testing, especially at the state tests and those requirements. Are we moving forward in that transition from the standards laptops and that don't have touch screens to touch screens? Also, I would like to understand how we're doing our virtual learning alternatives, especially for our seniors and our high schools overall, who may be choosing to take those alternatives rather than the traditional physical attendance at school.
So I'm going to address the first part of your question regarding opportunities for students to interact with our devices, particularly the touch screen, and so that they have ample opportunities throughout the school day in different content areas to manipulate those devices in order for them to be prepared for the testing session. So that is happening on a daily basis and through our daily instruction.
To expand on, let me jump to expand on that. Our Chromebooks that the students use on a day-to-day basis in the classroom for instruction, as well as they're used for assessments, are touchscreen. We added 5,000 Chromebooks this summer and had a refresh of about 7,500. But our Chromebooks, originally several years when we started this process, were not touchscreen. They are now all touchscreen.
Wonderful. I guess as my question is stemming from the fact that we have a limited amount of Chromebooks despite our efforts to get more and more and more and more. And so some of the students are still testing on screens that may not be touched, especially our younger ones who have entered into the world touching the screen. And so they wouldn't be familiar with other devices. But it's good to know and understand now that we are acknowledging the transition and we're working hard on it. So thank you.
Did you want me to touch on the Maryland virtual learning opportunities?
I would please, but I have one more question about the testing. We recently got our PARC results, and because we are sharing highlights, I won't mention how I felt about those results here, but I would like to better understand how those results are influencing how we're moving forward overall, and whether or not we'll be, as the board, getting an update about those results and the plans for that, please.
So, Ms. Antoine, the park results have not yet officially been released. They will be released next Tuesday to the State Board of Education.
Okay, so I won't, I'll take that question back off the table, and that's good. And so once it's released to the state, is it standard that the board gets a presentation?
We are absolutely glad to talk about our assessment results. Glad to.
Thank you. And then, so the virtual learning, the flexibility is my concern with that is the students are recognizing alternatives for themselves. And a lot of times we need to be in sync with their choices because they have a lot of say in their education. And so I wanted to better understand how we are integrating those virtual learning alternatives. Please.
Absolutely. Maryland Virtual Learning Opportunities approved courses by MSDE are available at each of our high schools for courses where a child's schedule may not accommodate a passion or an interest that they're pursuing, and or an advanced placement course that they want to continue to engage in to enhance their rigor or their possibility for earning college credit prior to the exit of the comprehensive high school. It is also important to note we are now entering into our 6th digital learning classroom that has the opportunity for children 16 years or older to engage in recovery opportunities of courses they may not have been successful in earlier in their high school career, as well as the Maryland Virtual Learning Opportunities. The exciting part is we also have Anne Arundel Community College dual online credit courses also available for these students so they can start actually earning college credit before they even leave their high school experience.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Ms. Alvey.
I had a question for HR. You mentioned a lot of new hires. I was just wondering how our turnover rate has changed from last year to this year. Has it increased or decreased?
So I don't have a good feel for that at this point because we're in
Okay.
such a flux, but I'm happy to follow up with you on that. I wanted to get a number for that today, and I was not comfortable with it based on where we are. So as you
Okay.
saw, maybe when you're walking in today, we are processing teachers as we speak.
Mhm.
And so I don't think it would be accurate to provide something, but I can tell you that nothing is out of the ordinary. It's not,
Okay.
we are not seeing more teachers leaving Anne Arundel County Public Schools. While the numbers were higher for our amount of hires this year,
Oh.
it's not as a result of turnover.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, and I did see that y'all are actively processing as they come through. How many openings do we still have?
Sure. So direct classroom vacancies, we have 96. We have 35 candidates that are chosen for those positions, but they're not yet hired. So I don't include them in our actually hired positions. And then please understand, for those of you new to this process, sometimes principals do choose to leave a position vacant for a period of time if they already have a long-term sub or a plan within the school that is more advisable than the candidates that they have to choose from, and they may be waiting for a mid-year hire. So some of those are deliberate, and we don't ever intend that it would be, we've never seen that where it's 100%. So we're pretty comfortable with where we are right now. And as I said, there's 96, and then we do have 35 people chosen, but they're somewhere in the pipeline and have not officially been hired.
It's kind of, yes, we don't want to take somebody just to fill a spot. If we have a trusted long-term sub who can fill a position until the right person comes along, all for that. And I just wanted to add, Ms. Antoine had brought up about the strategic plan link. Just for those watching from home, if you're interested in doing that, it is on the website, aacps.org/strategic plan. And you can go right on there and see the latest date on there. Thank y'all. I know this has been I know whenever I drove by a school or came in here, there was lots going on all the time. So I know y'all have not really slacked off for the summer at all, and everything is going full steam. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. First of all, what really struck me was the overlap between what a lot of you were saying, and I really liked the way we were working together as a school system to, you know, I'm all about a whole child approach to education, so I liked the overlap in some of the common themes I heard in each of your reports. Okay, a few questions Since the park test came up, I have the question about there was last year was the last year for park. Can you talk to what's replacing that and how that's going to impact instruction this year moving forward?
Certainly. So Park will be replaced with MCAP, and that will be administered this spring to our students, again in English language arts and mathematics, including social studies and science as well. We will have a new social studies 8th grade test this year that we will begin, and then we will continue to, we still have our same Maryland College and Career Ready standards, so the standards have not changed. It really is reducing the amount of questions, so the testing sessions are less than what they have been, and the number of sessions our students will be participating in has also changed.
Are you all able to get any kind of a preview on what that test is?
That's a great question. Yes, we've had many team members working with the State Board of Education to actually be part of the test writers and the field testing experience. So our content teams are directly involved with the work that the state is doing. So we're able to see that firsthand.
Thank you. Back to the water testing questions. So in this final phase now, every 3 years, will that those results will continue to be reported publicly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just making sure of that. And the Title I summer camps. Can you talk about the participation? Was there any kind of waiting list, or were we able to meet the demands throughout the
I'm
camp?
not quite sure of the answer as far as a wait list, but I can certainly provide that to you later today. I just have to
That's
double check with
wonderful.
my Title I team.
I'd just like to know if we're able to meet the whole demand.
We're definitely
you know.
at capacity. I don't know about the waiting list.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Okay, thank you. And as far as buses, the schedule was just posted yesterday, so you might not have this information, but do you know in the last 24 hours if the call volume is similar to previous years since that has been posted? Anyway.
So yes, I mean, each and every year there's a spike in call volume because before it's posted, the community doesn't have very much to react to. So transportation is taking calls. I can't categorize whether it's more or less than it was in prior years, given that it just got posted.
So can you talk to how the schedule was created this year as compared to last year? So last year we were looking at integrating the software. You were kind of running concurrently, I believe. How was the scheduling done this year?
So I guess it's important to, I guess as a background, sort of comprehend some numbers, right? So we've got almost 700 schools. Those schools are served by about 2,200 routes and over 15,000 stops. So as I've in the interview I had with reporters, we've been gradually sort of shifting our weight from the 1 foot that was entirely hand-based, that's sort of days of old, and transitioning over to where the computer is the software is increasingly taking on more of the work. So the schedules that are out there that are prepared this year were largely led by the software. The software produced a lot of the outcomes. Of course, the software again needs sort of manual intervention to make sure that they're appropriately placed, that it's in a safe location, that it's not giving you errant results. So with 15,000 plus stops, that combing through those is continuing to occur, and that has to occur at the manual level.
Okay, so I guess my next question is, you say dry runs on August 28th. Will you collect data on bus arrival times?
We always take
at that
feedback. So we take feedback from the drivers, from the contractors. We have our own personnel out in the field observing those dry runs. It's a very busy day for that, but one of the purposes is obviously to get feedback. So very simple thing is you know, the software of the bus may be routing a bus up 3rd Street, but the feedback we get is that, you know, there's some kind of an obstruction. There's a boat parked on 3rd Street and the bus can't make it up there. And then we either have to see if we can work with the resident to get the boat moved on a permanent basis, or we may have to reroute that bus to maybe turn on 4th Street instead of 3rd Street. So there is a lot of interactivity. And again, that dry run is really that is one of the many feedback instruments that we rely on.
And the bus schedule that went out, so you're saying that was created basically by the software?
Right, we're letting the software sort of take, ever more increasingly, we're letting the software sort of become in the lead, and we're doing less manual scheduling.
Okay. I'm aware this impacts my family, but I know of other buses as well. At the high school level, we have some students being picked up an hour earlier than last year, a full hour earlier. And I had a parent whose student, my students are in a magnet program, but I have a parent that I spoke to yesterday whose student, that is their home school. So they go to the same school. And in both of our cases, our buses, us knowing the routes, those buses are going to arrive 40 minutes before the morning bell.
Again, we're looking at the outliers because the computer is spitting out results, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're taking a look at those results, and then that's where sort of that human interaction has to go into. You know, does that result make sense? Does it need to be adjusted in some manner, et cetera?
So, information for parents then, from what I'm hearing, is a schedule was posted yesterday. There's going to be a dry run on August 28th, and we could see changes to the schedule at that point?
Oh, absolutely. The schedules are up and they're live, so as changes are being made, they're continuously being updated. That was even, you know, true essentially in days of old when we were doing things manually. If anything, I'd say that the more automated process probably makes that updating a little bit more sort of efficient, possibly. So,
okay.
So yeah, there will be changes that will continue to be made as we analyze that, as we receive feedback from the communities, we receive feedback from our drivers, from our contractors, from the police department, public works department, et cetera.
So just to speak as a board member on behalf of our students, there's mountains of research on the importance of healthy hours, and currently we have high school students that have to wake up in the 4 o'clock hour to get on the bus. We need to adjust. The priority has to be our students. So we do have to figure this out and work this out, but I do hope we're going to tighten those times as much as humanly possible. Thank you.
First, I want to say thank you for all your hard work. I loved your presentation. I love your enthusiasm. I look forward to a wonderful year, and it was just wonderful to hear about all the wonderful things coming up this year. So thank you. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't touch on one area that I think still needs our urgent attention, and that is school start times. Since the fall of 2016, when we had that vote on the 15-minute slide, the board has been concerned with late starting elementary schools, and in fact, previous members of previous versions of this board asked for a report to be delivered to the board March of 2017, detailing how to resolve the issue of elementary schools' extremely late dismissal times of 4 or later. And was this report ever provided to the board? And I'm asked for it, but I haven't yet received it. This board also, over the last 8 months, has expressed on numerous occasions concerns about start times, including late starting and ending elementary schools. Back in March, when we voted to developed the RFP for the transportation consultant who has now been hired and is working right now. We established those goals under the overarching goal that we don't want our children to walk to or from the bus in the dark. So now this board has hired that transportation consultant who is currently in the midst of her work right now to evaluate the entire operations of the transportation department and provide alternate bus schedules. The consensus of this board has been, over the last 8 months, I feel that no child should be walking to or from school or a bus stop in the dark. So imagine my surprise, despite these multiple conversations on the subject, and by this and previous iterations of the board, not only has no progress been made to resolving the late starting elementary schools, but that several more were pushed even later this year for 2019-2020. And so for full transparency to the public, because my phone's been ringing off the hook since this has happened, both the phone and on social media, and to dispel any myths for the public, this board was not given any previous notification about school hours. We learned right along with the public when our children will be starting school last Thursday. Sending school hours is absolutely under the purview of the superintendent, and just to dispel this last myth, the board was not consulted regarding this year's school hours. So the full list of elementary schools that now dismiss between 3:55 and 4:10 include the following: Bodkin at 4, Davidsonville at 3:55, Ferndale Early Elementary Center at 3:55, Folger McKenzie 4:05, Hebron Harmon 4:10, Mead Heights 4:05, Odenton 4 o'clock, Overlook 4 o'clock, Pasadena 4 o'clock, Rolling Knolls 3:55, and Solly at 4. That's 11 schools that start between 9:35 and 9:45 in the morning and dismiss between 3:55 and 4:10 in the afternoon, and the rest start between 8:10 and 9:30. The rationale that this board has received so far for the 3 schools, Folger, McKenzie, Nantucket, and Pasadena, whose times were pushed even later, included resolving a few chronically late bus schedules, chronically late buses, and the better coordination of crossing guards. These 3 schools, along with the other 8 I listed, will likely have children all walking home or from a bus stop in the dark in the winter. But walking in the dark, which is a very, very serious safety concern, is only part of this issue. These extremely late start times also put an enormous burden on working parents, even those that work from home. Some of our kids, I noticed, don't put their kids on a bus till 9:30. Some parents are likely not to get to work until 10. I just don't know how this works. Some of the schools I listed are Title I schools. I can't imagine the added financial pressure of a late starting elementary school on these families who are paying hundreds of dollars per month for before care or aren't showing up to work until mid-morning. There's also a fact that the starting elementary school so late is age inappropriate. Young children don't often sleep in as much as we might want them to sometimes, and are likely to be up well advanced of their extremely late starting elementary schools. With these starting times, we are squandering up to an hour and 45 minutes per day, 180 days a year for students at these 11 schools, and even more when you consider the schools that start right before them at 9:30, 9:25, etc. We're in the business of educating children, so I cannot overlook and overstress that enough for everyone listening. We are squandering prime learning time up to 1 hour and 45 minutes per day for the 180-day school year. And it's extraordinarily disappointing that depending on where your school is, what school your children attend, determines if it starts in an age-appropriate hour or not. Lastly, but hardly least, there's the issue of lost play, extracurricular, and family time. You can't play in the dark. What about extracurricular activities? How does that work when children don't get off the bus until 4:30 or 5? And forget about family time once these children get off the bus at 4:30 or 5, scramble to an extracurricular activity, do homework, eat dinner, and then it's bedtime. So since Thursday, like I mentioned, my phone has been blowing up. Not a single person I've talked to is okay with making these already late starting elementary schools even later. And I just know we can do better. I mean, I hear these wonderful reports of these fabulous, wonderful things we're all doing. And I know that our transportation staff are dedicated, and I've witnessed this firsthand as a parent. But this and previous versions of the board have been vocal on this issue for years, and we need a resolution now. I'm extremely disappointed that our children and their families at these 11 schools have to cope for yet another year of extremely late start times. And ending and dismissal times, and that should be rectified. I realize that bus schedules play a huge part of our bell schedules, but that doesn't mean we ignore the problems it causes. So I therefore implore Dr. Alato and the transportation team to begin looking at solutions now, and I therefore want a full report of these solutions, of how we resolve these 11 extremely late starting elementary schools, including a full safety assessment of the late starting elementary schools, to be on the agenda for the November 6th board meeting.
Mr. Grant. Mrs. Hummer.
I believe everybody on the board shares the concern about our late starting elementary schools. That's been an ongoing concern for the board and the school system that's come about. I fully support us looking into ways and trying to find a reasonable plan that will do that. But we have hired a transportation consultant who is actively working right now and who's going to be presenting an extensive report on all aspects of transportation to us by January. And so I would personally prefer that we wait and get the comprehensive report before we ask for a report before then. Let's get the recommendations from the experts that we've hired to bring in, and then let the school system use those, and working together come up with the best options based on their recommendations for what we have out there.
Ms. Antoine.
Julie, Ms. Hummer, I do agree that we should wait on the results. However, we understood that nothing would change before we got those results. And so that is what's prompting. We have some sincere questions about what happened and why did it change. We went in with some known concerns, and it appears that those concerns were not considered when they made these schools start even later. A lot of the requests from the board and from the public and otherwise included considerations for the students getting on and off the bus in the dark. I specifically have requested that we consider the development that's going on in many of the areas in District 1. It makes it very unsafe for those students. So now, I'm getting emotional, but now we have a safety concern, not just a transportation concern. This year we lost a student because of those safety concerns. So I really want us to focus on that. We want to understand as a team, the system, we work together as a team to understand what's going on and to implement those solutions. In this case, some things just did not happen, and we just want to understand why, so that we can move forward as a team for viable solutions.
So, Ms. Antoine, I'm not, you have to help me understand what you mean by things didn't happen, and you don't understand what didn't happen. What I can explain to you is the Transportation Division knows well that we don't want to move schools back. When we can, we want to move them forward. So it is a last resort that a Folger McKinsey is added 5 minutes. We've got several buses that are running late every day and have been for a year and a half. So this would be the third school year unchanged in which several buses were arriving late in the afternoon. And so the Transportation Division worked with the schools that were the prior runs to Folger McKenzie, just using that as an example, to change, to look at their dismissal. Watch how the students dismiss, and can we dismiss from Severna Park Elementary or Jones Elementary in a different way to get the students on the bus so their runs can be dropped off in their neighborhoods, and then those buses in the tiered system then go to Folger. They moved those buses, the Folger buses, to the front of the line at Jones and Severna Park Elementary, as an example, to get the students on the buses and get them out and into traffic and get their drops in the neighborhood so they could get to Folger on time. So for a year and a half, the division been working with those two schools, along with Folger and the principal of Folger and the staff, to alleviate this problem of these buses are running late. And the buses are running late because of traffic. It's difficult for them to get out of Jones and into traffic. It's difficult for them to get out of out of Severna Park Elementary and into traffic and to their runs. So we know why that 5 minutes was added. In the case of some of the other schools, as Mrs. Schalheim shared in her remarks, the request was made to change some start times, move forward or back based on the request of the police department, because the police department oversees the crossing guards. And like our buses that are tiered, one bus makes multiple runs, as you know, the crossing guards are also tiered. There are not enough crossing guards to have on all the corners if all the schools dismissed at one time. So they asked us in certain instances, in certain neighborhoods, could you change 5 or 10 minutes here or there so that would give our crossing guards time to get from one neighborhood to another neighborhood so that those students could be crossed at their corners safely. So those are some examples. We know why those times were changed. Those are using some of the examples.
And I appreciate that, Dr. Lotto. What I'm sharing is we have requested certain information be brought back to us as consultants so that we can address those together before making changes. And now that those changes have been made, and based on what I'm hearing, they weren't changes that couldn't necessarily wait until we got our results back. And so now we're dealing with additional concerns. And I just believe this moving forward, I mean, we've done it already. The change has been made. We will work with that, but we do need those results before we make continued changes. We also need to consider, and I've heard it across the board, that we need to consider these students' safety. I know logistically problems occur, but I think those problems will continue. Also, let's put a lot of onus back on the people we're hiring to get those students there on time. It is their responsibility to get the students there on time and safely. I don't think it should come back to us to make changes that we don't have enough information to make those kind of decisions before we get viable information. Again, I will stand on you guys work extremely hard. I don't take that for granted, but it's hard to talk to parents when they're scared to death about the safety of their students. It's hard to talk to parents who work all the time or cannot work because of child care or because of whatever these variables are. It becomes tough as the board member. So I can imagine living the circumstance. So my request would be is that we work together before we make these changes so that we can present, especially in a public forum, one voice in those changes.
If I could add to the comment for the board and the public, we tweak bus schedules all the time and throughout the year. It happens all the time. 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there, traffic patterns change, construction on 175, whatever it might be. So I don't know that we couldn't wait. I would beg to differ that we couldn't wait. We've attempted to change, again, using Folger as an example, we've attempted to change to get those buses and everything within our power to get them there on time without changing and altering the schedules. And we weren't able to do that. And so we're going to give them 5 extra minutes to try and get that done. I beg to differ that changes aren't needed at at another school where the crossing guards can't get there on time. We needed to make the change so the crossing guards could be there to safely cross the students at the corners. I agree with you and Mrs. Hummer in terms of, and her comment, that the broad changes should wait until we get through let the consultant do their work and bring their work back to this board for consideration and collaborative work. But there are times throughout the year that as things come up and bus drivers tell us about construction in a neighborhood or construction on a road, or the traffic has just increased a significant amount, they come back and report to us that they can't get there on time, or of course the principals tell us that buses are not getting to their schools on time. And so those changes you have to allow us to make throughout the year.
I'm all with that, Dr. Alotto. I will stand on, though, we need to put safety first, and it's hard for me to fathom that those things can't wait when the bigger variable here is the safety of the students. I believe the consultant would have brought us back some additional solutions that the contractors could then utilize to implement changes as needed, as you pointed out. But I again, now that I know more, I can better support. I can better support the board in my decision making for that. But it's still a difficult situation because lives are at stake.
Mr. Shahan.
I stand by my words, and I want that report. That report was initially requested by, I believe it was my colleague back in September of 2016 for a March 2017 presentation. I don't believe that that's happened. I don't believe that we've done everything we can. That's why we hired a transportation consultant. The transportation team did not assess whether or not the model that Broadneck uses, where the middle schools are later and the elementary schools run in the 8 o'clock hour, that wasn't assessed or thought of. And this is the 2019 seventh year running that at least one of the elementary schools in question had repeatedly been moved later and later and later. And, we have 11. I see this as a safety issue of our students. And again, we're in the business of educating, and I hate seeing the buses drive us so much. So I asked for that report for the November 6th agenda. I don't believe we need to vote on that. I think that issue's closed, and I'll look forward to hearing from you on November 6th about that. Thank you.
What the report would be is how we could bring those back closer to fair fight. If I'm not mistaken, I thought that I reported back to the board. I think the number was either 7 or 9 buses that were going to need additional equipment for us to do that, and there was a dollar figure for that. I'll certainly bring that, and then we're certainly going to get that back to the board in a timely fashion as requested, because there was a number of buses and a dollar figure that was associated with that order to bring those 2 elementary schools back within where it was prior to fair fight.
And Dr. Lauder, to further your conversation, it's my understanding that we did bring that information back as well, and an amendment was adopted by the board 3 years ago to ask, a fiscal note came with that study, and an amendment was passed to add a request to the board's budget in that fiscal year that was transmitted to the county. It was not funded. That item was not funded, and therefore we didn't have the resources to go forward with that. But again, we can go back, as you suggested, and recover that information.
Mrs. Corkadell and then Mr. Grannon.
I just, since we are on the topic of it, I just wanted, maybe for the benefit of members, so I worked with the CCA, the Crofton Community Association, and the local Crofton Police about 18 months ago or so. We were working with the county's traffic engineering. And so a couple changes had happened to Crofton Elementary. The one thing still remained. So we now have a four-way stop sign at the parkway to increase the safety. But one of the recommendations that logistically could not be corrected at that time due to budget with the county police was we had a crossing guard that we had to share between Woods and Crofton Elementary. And so there was either 15 to 20 minutes where it was free-form chaos going on at either one site or the other because of staffing of the police. And so that was one of the solutions that they did was a stop sign, and I think the other one was that the community was pretty much in agreement, because I know I attended at least 3 community meetings of their presidents where they were asking for some relief. They would rather have 2 safe schools than a school starting 5 minutes early. So I just wanted to share the history I know on the crossing guards. And I gotta say, just to bring back a positive note here, that I was driving down Mayo Road and I saw some of our crossing guards doing simulations during rush hour when I was driving here. We had, I believe, a blind gentleman with a cane simulated in front of me. I was about 2 cars back. And so that's something newer that I'm seeing. So it sounds like our team efforts working with the county are producing very good results. But
correct, Ms. Corcadell, that we do share our the start and dismissal times of schools. They're shared with the county's traffic engineering bureau. They're shared with all the public law enforcement entities, and they're shared with our principals. And we ask for feedback from those main agents in terms of, you know, what works, what adjustments need to be made, et cetera, separate and apart from what our transportation officials. So we rely on feedback from the county, from the police department, from the city transportation bureau, and the schools themselves. So we take that input.
yeah, and I believe Nantucket is similar. The request was a similar collaboration, and they did work with the school community with it. So from my perspective of my areas, I have a good understanding of what was going on. So I do appreciate that. That's all I wanted just to have. Ms. Alva?
So I understand the urgency of this issue very much. As a student commuting from Crofton to Annapolis every day, I know that sometimes my bus will get there 20 minutes early, and then other times we'll be sitting in traffic and we'll be late to school. So I understand the logistics behind this. That being said, I think it has a lot to do with our budget, and if this is a priority for the rest of the Board of Education, for which it sounds like it is, rather than trying to make these quick decisions, and obviously I definitely trust our school system to make the right decisions with school start times and all of that, that we wait for the transportation consultant to come back with their report, but also during budget season, put an emphasis in investing more in our transportation to help resolve this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Mr. Grannon. you, Mr. Grant. Mr. Lyon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I could not agree more with what you said, Mr. Grannon. That was very well said. I would like to correct some misperceptions that may be out there as a result of some comments we heard today. Number one, to create a notion or plant a seed, or whatever you want to say, that this school system, this Board of Education, and the Transportation Division does not have the safety of our students as their number one most paramount issue is doing a great disservice to our employees and to ourselves. That is always in the forefront of what they do. From 25 years ago when the Department of Transportation worked for me to now when it works for Alex. That's the number one thing they worry about. And so I would like to dispel that notion. If anyone is trying to walk away from that, that is the school systems and our people's number one interest in everything they do. Again, I wholeheartedly support your comments, Mr. Grannon, and I congratulate, not congratulate, but I understand all the different restraints that transportation works under and how we have to put this complicated piece together. And as Mr. Grannon said, as we move forward, it's our decision how we arrange our resources on whether we're going to support what we need to support in order to correct the situation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyde. Mrs. Ellis, and then Ms. Antoine.
I too want to share that I completely concur with Mr. Grannon. It is my hope that this board agrees that the whole reason we hired this transportation consultant was to dig through all these issues, but the budget is the responsibility. This school's budget is the responsibility of this board, and it's the board's responsibility to put the health and welfare of our students first. And so when we create that budget, healthy hours for all students, safety for all students has to be a priority. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine.
I just personally don't remember insinuating that you all have not considered the student's safety. I indicated that safety is the bigger variable here. And I'll stand on that. That despite all of our considerations and how we apply it, we have some detriment in our system, and we hired people, or a person in this case, to do the heavy lifting to tell us how to do that better. I did not understand that the police themselves requested that some change immediately happen, and I certainly, as a board member, did not get that information before this meeting today. Those things make a difference in our decision making, keeping us informed. But most importantly, we are making efforts here that we need to be, as a team, working together to ensure those things get done for the best interest of our entire system, and especially our students. And these parents are not happy. They are upset. And I have witnessed children walking in the dark. I can tell you, as I get older, it's harder and harder for me to see. So I can imagine others with night vision or whatever the case. We have a lot of development going on in our county. That in itself is a problem. I am never going to sit here and say that you all have not considered the best interest of our students, especially safety. I will say, though, we have got to work as a team to make those changes, and that is the disconnect here today.
Thank you. And I think we've had a good discussion. I'd like to ask that we, if it's okay with everyone here, move to public comment at this point. We've got a lot of public comment today on this topic as well as our general public comment. I just want to announce and be transparent. I was jumping up and doing some coordination with some key staff as well as Dr. Arlotto. Just looking at the clock, we're at almost 12:20 now. I think we'll get through public comment And then with the change to the agenda item, we've got the financial literacy and Anne Arundel County Public Schools moved up before our consent items. I'd like the board to break at about 1 o'clock or thereabout, because I know we'll have some appeals during a quick lunch if we break for about 30 minutes, and it gives staff a chance and others who've been waiting a chance to grab a quick bite to eat, and then we'll resume. So we'll keep an eye on the clock, and somewhere around 1, we'll pause for about a half hour. So at this point, we'll move to public comment on this agenda item, and we've got a couple of people who've signed up for this. And first, Lisa Van Buskirk and Vicki Calhoun. We've got 4 other seats. If there's anyone who wants to testify on the school readiness topic, please, you're more than welcome to join at this time as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Lisa Van Buskirk with Start School Later. Thank you very much, Board members, for your discussion regarding school hours and transportation. So I don't really almost have nothing to say here because you guys have covered it. Other than I would like to bring up that I did print out all of the high school bus schedules yesterday, and then I compared them to those that were published as of October 2018, which was the last time that they were published before they were taken down last school year. And so then I compared the first pickups because I could not compare the arrival times since those were not posted, and I had gotten them last year from a PIA request. So maybe I'll have to do that again this year. Anyway, so then I started comparing pickup times, first pickup times for all the bus routes from this year and last year, and I started with Southern because I wanted to go in reverse order. And my blood pressure started to skyrocket because, as you can see from my sheet, every single time is red because every single time is earlier by about 10 minutes. So I took a deep breath, and then I went to South River, where my blood pressure again skyrocketed, and I started thinking to myself, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, and Mr. Leib can translate that if you need it. So then I just left my room and I had a meeting, whatever, and then I came back. And I looked at Severna Park, and Severna Park's more white, and white being no time difference at all. So I was like, okay, so maybe we'll get better. And we got a little bit better. Old Mill had some red. North County was doing pretty good, mostly white. Northeast had some greens, which means that they were later. So I liked that. And then, let me get to my tabs, because then I had a couple things. But there was one error where it took 22 minutes to go 0.1 miles for a North County bus, number 245. So hopefully that will be resolved, because I don't think it takes quite that long. And then I got to Glen Burnie, and of particular attention, I like to pay attention. A bus route I like to pay attention to is one that goes from Southern Middle to Glen Burnie for the BMAH program. When I first started as this job, I had to get there at 5:15 in the morning to catch a picture of the bus. Then, with the 13-minute delay, the pickup time moved to 5:40. And last year, I was incredibly pleased because it moved to 6:03. This year, it's moved back to 5:40. So I don't know why it now takes 20 minutes longer than last year, because they actually had the afternoon schedule published for that one, and it took about 80 minutes to get home. So I don't know why it takes 30 minutes longer to get there. And so that's a bit of a mismatch. And then, so times went okay, and then I got to Annapolis, which was, again, almost all red. And we'll take magnets separately because there's a bit of a mess with that one. But some of them are 30 minutes earlier, and it's hard to understand why. But I did have, like, Arundel was okay, and Broadneck was pretty good, because those were mostly later. But hopefully the transportation consultant will be comparing that, because I think it's something that the staff should have been working on alongside it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vicki Calhoun. I just want to say I'm very disappointed in this presentation. I was looking yesterday on the website. There was nothing. It talks about monthly reports. Those aren't on the website either. And I just think you all have been nickel and dimed. I think Mr. Grannon brought it up. I think that this tiered system, which has been established, that you all were kind of talking around, is what's driving this. You paid for software that's separate from this contract. And what's happening is you guys are getting shotgunned by little issues because the strategic plan is terrible.
In your strategic plan, is transportation even mentioned? I was going to go look on the website because I don't think it is. Your problem is that the support systems that are there to support you are dysfunctional. If you want to fix this problem that you're talking about right now, as this lady had this beautiful analysis, I say get with the transportation people, but this tiered system is what's doing it. And like Mr. Grannon just mentioned, you haven't paid for enough guards and you haven't paid for enough buses. The solutions are in there, but you shouldn't be looking for them. There's people here that need help, and they're the ones that need to look for it to support you. I'm disappointed in the support for you, not the people. Not the people that were sitting here, so don't let anybody walk away misled. I think we as a community have failed you, and this community has not supported the people that are in these roles. We paid for software. That software needs to work. 20 minutes or 40-minute early arrival for a bus at a school is unacceptable. So I don't know what's going on in the transportation department. I don't think it's personnel issues, but something needs to happen in there to help them do this job and enable you to do a better job, because I'm disappointed in what's going on for this board. But I am encouraged by the questions that have been asked and the energy by some of the members to try and get after in what seems to be a somewhat frustrating manner these issues. So I just want to tell you that I'm here to support you, and I want you to continue to ask your questions, because the parents are grateful to try and get in on these issues that seem to be beyond your control. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Alado and fellow board members. My name is Odessa Ellis, and I'm here once again hoping what I have to say to you again will be considered as a solution to a very serious problem in Anne Arundel County schools, and especially in the Annapolis area: the miseducation of the African American males. This summer has been an unhappy daily period in the Annapolis area. We lost 3 special African American males, 2 under the age of 21, and 1 well-known popular artist and role model, Montre Say. I think he came out of school with my son, so he's probably around 32. He was 32 or 33 years old. Montre had just recently spoken to our youth at Annapolis High School, giving them inspiration and hope, because he was one who made it and he was trying to help others to survive. I went to school with Montre's mother and father, and in a sad way, I'm glad that they both did not live long enough to see Montre's untimely death, their son's untimely death. As I have said and asked many times here in front of you, what are we going to do with our African American males? They are dying in great numbers and no one seems to care. They are dying a slow death on the street corners, wasting their lives because they lack skills, motivation, and direction. If one of our goals is to strengthen families, then it is prudent to graduate our young men with life skills, more vocational skills training, and more opportunities to become strong, healthy, and wise individuals so that they can take care of themselves better, and so that they too can have stronger families. We must do a better job at educating them and not just graduating them. We must get rid of this generational poverty. Again, I implore you to look into this matter by studying other programs, alternatives such as maybe an elementary charter school for minority males, and to increase vocational training. As the saying goes, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Also, a life is a terrible thing to waste. Please bring some attention or focus on this subgroup at the earliest intervention, at the earliest age intervention, not when they're in high school. Thank you for your time and hopefully interest.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We've got a couple, ma'am, just one quick second. Ms. Alvey, did you?
So as a student at Annapolis High School, I see these issues every day, and I want to assure you that I've spent the summer educating myself on what these issues consist of and working with the superintendent on how we can help the African American males in our school system, because just minorities in general we know are given less access to opportunity because of systematic issues. So I just wanted to reassure you that that is something that I'm working on behind the scenes, and hopefully we'll be seeing some changes with that in the upcoming year, working alongside the board.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Ms. Antoine.
Ms. Ellis, thank you for bringing this publicly. It is certainly an issue. I have a personal interest in the success of African American males as I have a son. And I think it's heart-wrenching, some of the stories I've read, even most recently in our county, in our area, to have a child call out to their mom, "Mom, I'm hit," and a mother not knowing what to do about that, and just watch her child die slowly. That is incredibly concerning. Our education system has to work in such a way that our students choose other means. They choose more positive alternatives. I think the presentation today, and I hope that what they presented to you today help you and the rest of the public to understand we are on it. We do not take that for granted. It is certainly a concern. Dr. Gillens, I give her major kudos because she goes into the trenches along with other partners in the community to help combat so much that's happening. We may not be able to prevent all of it, but it does not keep us from being active. And concerned citizens like you bringing it publicly and to the world's attention is exactly part of that solution. May God bless you for that, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Mrs. Ellis.
First of all, I want to thank you for your testimony. This is an issue that is very important to this board, and there are efforts being made. I hope to be able to provide some updates very soon on that. So thank you for your testimony. Going back to the healthy hours issue, as I'm listening, as we've all had this discussion, and we've now heard some testimony, it occurred to me, yes, we have a transportation consultant working right now. We're not waiting to find out if we can fix this. We have to fix this. So I would like to ask that our policy committee, as soon as possible, start working on parameters, setting parameters for school hours, and then it will be up. The results of this transportation consulting should not be if, but how. Not if, but when. So I do think this board can go ahead and start creating a policy to address this issue, because it's extremely important. So I would like that to please be on the policy committee.
Hi, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Can you hear me well? Okay. My name is Comolina Melendez, and I'm a parent who just recently moved from, well, not recently, but I've only been here in Maryland for about maybe 2 years from Florida. So I came from Hillsborough County, Florida. Recently in Florida, they have a system there where they changed all the school starting times. All the elementary schools start at 7:40 and end at 1:55, with a few exceptions for obviously charter and magnet schools, because when parents sign up for those programs, they kind of know that the times are going to be a little varying. For high schools and middle schools, I want to say the start times are between either 8:30 or 8:40 for the middle school and high schools, and then they all get out around 3:30, and that's for all the schools. So pretty much all the schools should be dismissed or home unless there's some type of event by 3:30, way before 4 o'clock. I think one of the big problems with the school start time is probably the daylight savings, because we have to keep adjusting that. I mean, we can't adjust the school start time every time there's either spring forward or fall back. So I mean, so I think that's one of the issues that affects like the students getting out of getting dismissed at a proper time so they could get home without walking in the dark and things like that. So I feel like when it comes to the busing and transportation, I don't really think it's necessarily their fault per se. It's just that if we had a uniform start time for all the schools, because what I noticed was that in certain areas, you know, certain schools, I felt like we're starting later because they're in a nicer area. You know, I feel like the schools where the Title Ones, for example, like Van Bachlen, a lot of parents have to walk their kids to schools, you know, and that affects them too because they have to get up at like 6 o'clock in the morning. They're walking in the snow and everything, and unless you're living a mile away from the school, you still have to, you know, walk to school. And I feel like a lot of parents were trying to get their kids to school on time, but they couldn't get them on time because they have to be there by 8 o'clock in the morning. So while some have mentioned to start pushing the schools back is bad, I actually prefer it be pushed back a little bit because that's not being considerate to people that don't have a car like myself. I mean, I can drive and I can adjust with the times pretty easily, but that's not fair to other parents who do have to walk a good mile back and forth to taking their kids to school, and we also don't have the proper amount of crossing guards because I feel like there's some schools in like certain areas that have more cross guards than in other poor areas that have less cross guards. Like if I go to Savannah Park, there's a cross guard on every single corner, whereas in another area, it's not the same. So I feel like adjusting the school times where it's fair for all the schools, like I said, I mentioned in Hillsborough County, we start at 7:40 for elementary. If they did something universal like that for all the schools, I think all the bus drivers could meet that time, and it'd be fair for all the parents and all the students that attend those schools.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Grannon?
Yes. Hillsborough County? So the population is about 1.4 million people, and they're all able to get bus drivers to all the schools at their proper time. They also have police officers at all the schools, especially in high traffic areas, readily available for all those schools. Like in middle schools, like there's a place, Del Mabry is a very large road like Annapolis or something like that. It was a lot of high traffic. There's still police officers there to help guide the students across the street, and even for cars as well, to allow parents to get into the school, out of the school, which I found out up here that it's completely different, where I talked to the police department. They said that they don't have enough officers to be at the schools at every time, which I was kind of surprised about since our population here is about 800,000 less than that of Hillsborough County, yet those in Hillsborough County are able to get all their kids home to and from school safely. They're also there to get police officers there as need be. Yes, of course. I mean, oh yeah, of course. I gladly do.
Thank you. Mrs. Shawhan?
I just want to thank you both for your testimony and for the great information. And yes, I hear you, and it concerns me too. And I also want to point out that I'm not trying to be misunderstood here with my testimony or with my request. This is a safety issue, and I stand by every word I said. And I'm surprised on the pushback because all I want, once again, is information. I think we can all do with a little bit more information and a little bit more understanding of the challenges, and that is what I want, and that's what will be happening. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to general public comment. We've got quite a bit today, so I'll just read the first statement. Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. A tone will sound when time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personal matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking. Handout should be given to the board assistant. And again, I apologize if I mispronounce any names. Sydney Schilling Kupner, George Schmidt, Shirley Little, Andrew Shafali, Kelly Foley, Kate Lefebvre Tomas, Lily Ellis.
Okay, that's me.
Okay, thank you. Tina Larson and Carmelita Melendez, you're on there again. Okay, so we'll take the first 6 as seats are available, and then we'll just keep moving, okay? Is there any order?
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever we are at this point. My name, for the record, is Andrew Schaffel. I am a Folger parent, and I'm glad to hear my issue being discussed and represented by my board member, Michelle. I greatly appreciate that. I'm sad that Dr. Orlado is not here. Unfortunately, I believe this may speak to the priority of the issue when we know that that is what we are here to talk about. I fully agree with Mr. Grannon, and I work in government. I'm an executive in government. A budget displays a body's priorities, period. Everything else is just talk. I look greatly forward to seeing the priority of school start times reflected in the budget. I understand there are constraints. There are always constraints. All I hear is no. I work in government. I hear no constantly, okay? I'm an executive in a 1,000-person agency. Everything is always no whenever we want to change something. Nothing can ever be done until executives get involved and prioritize it and push it. Then magically things happen. The bus system is a contract, I believe. Is that accurate? Right, we outsource that. Sure. So the fact that we can't tell the bus system what to do tells me that either the contract is, there's something wrong with how the deliverables or the constraints are presented within that contract. If we have 2 buses that are chronically late, common sense says that they need to start their bus route earlier, right? So someone is either not asking them to do that, or there's a constraint that we can't require them to do that, which would tell me that there's probably a contract modification that would need to occur to make that possible. Again, I just don't really believe the answer is no to this. I believe that if we push it and prioritize it and force them on an issue, they'll do it. We are their customer. In what world should they not be fitting our expectations? I realize this is a comment section, but I wonder if members of the board would raise their hand if they believe that starting school, or let me rephrase that. So my child will likely get home around 4:30 in the afternoon, dropped off from the bus would be my expectation. Who believes that an elementary school child getting home at 4:30 is acceptable? Nobody up there does. And I'm going to say that I could even put, couch that around. Let's pretend that there are no constraints, right? Not one of you would raise your hand and say that that's okay. So we know we have a problem. Now we just need to see an execution of the will to solve the problem. And I hope that it doesn't take until next year. I believe you'll prioritize this. I can see among the board members, I know that Dr. Arlotto does not find this proper. I'm sure that this will find its way to solution. I don't want to see it wait until next year for solution. I firmly believe that we could make a shift mid-year. Again, if we're able to get the right folks engaged and the right level of priority, I would expect that the gentleman running transportation could lean on the contractor to make this happen. And we'll be watching closely to see how this goes. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Hi, I'm Tina Larson, and I'm a former public school educator. I'm a healthcare provider now and an elementary school parent at Folger McKinsey Elementary School. Sorry, I'm going to read this because it makes me very emotional. And I thank you all for bringing it up. You keep talking about physical safety. What about mental safety and the well-being of our children? I have a child who takes medication to alter her ability to stay on track and to stay where she needs to be. Have we thought about those children? I don't think so. Having those children get to school later and home later, her medication, I should be reading, but I'm talking from the heart here. it suppresses her appetite, so she typically doesn't eat lunch. So when she gets off the bus at 4 o'clock, she's hungry. She eats that entire lunch, scarfs down snacks, and we run off to extracurricular activities. And then we get home, we eat dinner, we try to get homework done, and then get to bed. These medications also are make sleeping difficult. So the longer now we're putting them on the bus later, those medications have to be given later. So now we're jumping off the bus I'm waiting at the bus stop. This happened last year. The buses were getting back at 4:20, 4:30, and I have 3 kids that I have to accommodate different sporting events, after school activities, play rehearsals, whatnot. So I would wait in my car, they would jump in the car, I'd eat in the car, and then get to the next activity. That's not okay now that we're even making it 5 minutes later. If it's 5 minutes later every single year, my child who has a difficult time getting to sleep at night, now it's going to be 10 o'clock when she's going to bed because we have homework. So can we opt out of homework then? You know, I want my children to be well-rounded people, and without being able to do extracurricular activities, being home with their family, with their sisters, going to play rehearsals, piano, lacrosse, whatever it is, and then still be able to maintain her healthy well-being mentally, socially, physically. I understand the safety, and you're talking about crossing guards and things like that. I get that, 100%. But think about the other children who that's not necessarily affecting them, but these other things are. There are so many kids in the schools. It's not spoken about. No one talks about the medicated kids, but it's huge. And I did call the bus system or transportation system yesterday and got passed around. I had to hang up and call back because I got sent to a voicemail of the person I wasn't supposed to speak to. I was beyond happy, to say the least. And when I finally spoke to someone, they kept saying, well, what's your address? What's your address? I'm like, it's not about my address. I couldn't find my bus stop on the list anymore. And what happened, and I apologize if I'm talking too long, they took the bus that used to be one bus, which actually was 3 bus routes last year. They were sitting kids 3 to a seat with backpacks on their laps or in the aisle. Safety issue, that light bulb's going off. But now it's 2 separate buses in my one neighborhood, which makes no sense to me at all. So I'd like to see the report. I'd like to see the numbers of why my daughters are on a bus with 4 bus stops. And then there's another bus that goes to the neighborhood with 5 bus stops. Yet there was another bus that was included with them all last year. How they all fit 3 buses. And they had 2 bus drivers, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. And we were told it was a substitute all year. So how we're getting extra buses when we couldn't even have the bus drivers to take the buses we had last year, I don't understand. So I do look forward to seeing information on this.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis.
Hi, just real quick. I'm sorry, Miss. I didn't get your name.
Tina Larson.
Larson. I just want to speak to you personally, and I really appreciate all parents coming in and speaking up about the issues that are important to them. I had such a flashback when you started talking because the first time I walked in this room was as a parent to testify about this issue, and I was very emotional. So I sympathize. I know how you feel, but I applaud you, and I thank you all for coming and speaking up.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll keep this really short because I think almost everything we said. We could talk about this for hours, and believe me, we have. My name is Katie Lefebvre-Camus. I'm also a Folger parent. And we, just the 3 of us are here from Folger, but believe me, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of us that feel the same, and we have heard every reason in the book, and I have yet to come across one person who is even neutral on this start time. And this has been an eye-opening experience being here at this meeting. I was a little frustrated to hear almost that when you guys were talking about it, it sounded like, believe me, safety is our main concern. And I do believe that, but it is frustrating to hear it in words and not see it in action year over year over year. I have made this phone call and I have sent this email every year since my daughter, who is in 5th grade, has been at Folger, and I get passed around and I get excuses and I get nothing. And in fact, the history has then been in the wrong direction. And so this is why I'm kind of at my breaking point. We have friends who have moved, who have gone to private schools. I personally, one of the reasons I redshirted my kindergartner was because he did not possess the ability to control himself at 3:30-ish in the afternoon to still function in a learning environment. This is not an ideal time for him. I have people who are redshirting, tons of people who have redshirted their kindergartens. This is a huge issue for so many of us in so many different ways. And common sense, I think, dictates, any amount of reasons you guys give me, I'm kind of tired of hearing them because historically there's been no action. Yes, there's always money. There is always routing software, but we are tired of hearing it, and people are making big changes, and we are losing faith. So, again, I think everything has been said, but I just wanted to weigh in real quick. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt.
Is this mic working? Good, yes. Good afternoon, board members and public audience. Thank you for taking this time for public input on bullying in our schools. One of the things that could be done to assist the board's efforts to decrease bullying in the schools would be to place into global citizenship curriculum and any other citizen-related curricula that is offered to both ninth graders as well as other children's students additional information that most students would be able to comprehend. That additional information to the global citizenship curriculum and other citizen curricula would be an open acknowledgement that the behavior of bullying is against the principle of tort law theory, which is the glue that holds Constitution laws and the common laws together. As part of this action by the public school system's goal of increasing civilized behavior in our schools, and thereby in our society at large, the basic tenet of tort law theory expresses the requirement or obligation that each citizen owes a duty of care toward every other citizen. This is an obligation that indicates that each citizen shall conduct himself in such a manner that each person within the jurisdiction of our nation is safe from harm. I invite the board to consult with a lawyer or lawyers who have 1, the background knowledge of tort law theory, and 2, this is very important, the dispositions to uphold considerations of tolerance and forbearance as part of their professional makeup, so that with their legal guidance, the implementation of tort law theory can be included in the global citizenship curriculum and other citizen-related curricula. If the board places upon the official curricula documents its authorization of approval and support of tort law theory, which includes the absence of bullying, I believe this will make a positive difference in the culture of the entire school system. Students need to know that it is unlawful, according to the basic principle of tort law theory, to commit acts which will put a fellow citizen's safety in jeopardy. Citizen safety includes not only physical safety, but psychological, emotional safety as well. Bullying is emotional violence, which is a prelude to physical violence, the prevention of which goes to the heart of our present American cultural condition that calls out for healing. The public schools of Anne Arundel County can play a significant role in the beginning of the healing of the nation by starting that healing right here in our county schools. Thank you for listening. My name is Dr. George R. Schmidt, author of the Behavioral Paradigm in One School System, which happens to be the Anne Arundel County Public School System. And I invite you to invite me to sit with you in executive session and tell you about the things I learned about what was going on in the school system before you came here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schmidt. Two questions. Mr. Shahin, and were you on the last? I'm sorry.
Kind of both. Firstly, and I think I know the answer to this, but just for the benefit of the public, within the global citizenship course curricula, do we talk about? I know we talk about kindness and there's various other forms where bullying is talked about or anti-bullying is talked about. I assume that the global citizenship course is one of those. Yeah. Great. Just for the benefit of the public listening and the follow-up to his wonderful testimony. And then I wanted to say that I hear you. I'm with you on this. I think you know that already, but it bears repeating. And when a school's starting time gets later and later and later and later over years, I think the last 7 years it's moved a few times. How can this be the last resort? So we're at a last resort every couple years that we can't find another solution, and we move it again, and we move it again, and we move it again. So I'm saying this is enough is enough, and it needs to be corrected immediately. I'm with you on this.
Thank you very much. Ms. Angeline?
I also want to thank you all for your testimony on this short time. The emotion, I'm all jiggly up here too, but it takes that, I think, sometimes to send home the message that needs to be sent. So don't get weary in doing the good that you're doing, please. Concerning the bullying, thank you. I appreciated that you sent in your testimony early, because we have a policy coming up that we'll be deciding on today directly concerning those things. And I utilized that information that you sent yesterday or earlier in the week, and it helped me with the insight that was utilized for that. So thank you. Please continue to send these recommendations. I encourage all of us to work together to make this difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Angeline. Yes,
Hello, my name is Shirley Little. I need your advice, and this might be an easy issue to solve. I'm a 70-year-old Anne Arundel County resident who exercises at the county pool near Annapolis High School. I often can't find parking place at the pool lot, and I just go back home along with many other people, especially of my age. High school students, student visitors, other random drivers, people going to events at the school, they park at the pool lot. And there is no supervision that I can find for the parking. People park at the pool lot, even though the rules are posted that say that there should be no people parking there who are not pool participants. The area behind the pool has parking, but there are many security issues behind the building there. Many county organizations are involved in these parking policies at the pool. Recreation and Parks, Board of Education, Annapolis High School, the police, the pool management, the county employees. I know them all because I've tried to help find an answer. Nobody I've contacted, even my councilwoman, gives me any information. They don't have any idea. They don't know what to do. I often feel my concerns are just seen as old lady complaining, but there are many old ladies over at that pool and a lot of old gentlemen too, and many handicapped people that this affects. I want to know, please, who should I contact? Board of Education owns the pool parking lot, and they lease it. At least that's what I understand. They lease it to the Department of Recreation and Parks. And that right away complicates matters. I found this information out from a person, I believe his name was Greg, at the Board of Education. Who's in charge? Do you feel any responsibility about this problem? The high school events are often scheduled, and the supervision of the parking, if it does occur, like during large lacrosse events, they don't know what they're doing. And I need help so I can pursue this, and I thought I would bring this up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We've got two comments, Mr. Grannon. Mrs. Shawhan.
Firstly, I agree with you, Mr. Gannon, 100%. Secondly, I didn't catch the name of the pool, ma'am.
It has a long name, but it's, if you Google it, it's the River Road Pool, which is owned by the county. There are two pools. One is here in Annapolis, and the other is towards Glen Burnie. And that's another part of the problem in that there is very little choice as to where to go to a pool if your doctor tells you to.
Okay. Okay.
It's the one in front of the high school.
Yes. Thank you.
Ma'am, Dr. Arlato, specific to your question, Dr. Arlato was going to offer.
Hey, thank you.
So thank you. We're going to continue to work on this issue. We know folks are parking in that, are parking that lot. Yes, it is a school board lot, but it's that section of the lot should be used for the pool. Been in touch with Mr. Jelinas, the principal at the high school, and so he's going to continue. He's working with his SROs. I'm looking at an email that he sent me about some of the things that he's done. Connect Ed messages to the families of all the students that have parking permits. We also know that we've got some students that are driving to school and parking in that pool lot that don't have a permit, and that's the reason they're parking there. So he's been in touch. He has 2 SROs. The SROs are going to be going through the lot yet again. He's met with the manager at the pool on a number of occasions. I also understand that the manager of the pool has gotten some spaces behind the swim center in the heritage lot.
Yeah, that doesn't work. The security issues are extreme.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to share with you what was
Thank you.
shared with me. I don't know if it works for you or not. I'm just trying to share the information. So we know that it's an issue. We want to try and help resolve it for you, so you've got a place to park so you can swim.
Okay, and
We're
I
gonna
have
continue to
a list of my suggestions. May I pass it out now, or how should I do this?
Could you give it to the board assistants, and they'll make sure they get it to me and the members of the board?
Okay, and so you have no one person I should contact that you think I haven't yet?
No, because we don't have anybody that oversees that parking lot per se, right? I don't have anybody that I can assign that can just check people in and check people out, in all honesty. So we're going to have to try and work through this. One, we have to start with the students at the school that could be taking up spaces during
Yeah, I
the
taught at
day.
Annapolis High for like 18 years. I love Annapolis High, but I don't like their parking.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms.
And
Little.
I appreciate your time.
Miss Ellis.
There is one minor sort of complication, and Dr. Arlato, as part of the following up on the parking situation, my understanding is the parking permits will not actually be given for a couple of weeks. So I, as a parent of an Annapolis High student, I was told that basically parking is first come, first served for the first couple of weeks until they get that ironed out. So for a period of time, we may have more students driving than we have spaces. But that's the first couple, in other words, it might be chaotic the first couple of weeks of school, but then they will be ironing that out. That's my understanding.
I'm glad to hear something is being looked at. It's a problem. There are people with one leg, one arm, handicapped, and wheelchairs. I'm not there quite yet, but I can't walk a quarter of a mile to get there. Okay, thank you.
Miss Antwine, did you?
I actually had a question about, I understood you to say that we are leasing the lot.
Yeah. From what I understand, and I spoke to a Board of Education employee, the Board of Education owns the land, and the Board of Education leases, obviously a legal type of lease, the pool area and the parking area to the Department of Recreation and Parks. And because of that, it sort of mucks the water about who's in charge, although I know the Board of Education is not because it has the lease, but then again, who else is looking? And because of the high school involvement, it is sort of your problem.
Understood, and thank you for that. The reason I was asking, Dr. Arlato, I was wondering, the people that you shared, you had already been in contact with, are they part of Parks and Rec, or is this internal to us?
Both. So I was in direct contact with the regional assistant superintendent principal. But certainly, we've got an incredible partnership with the Department of Recreation and Parks, so they'll certainly work with us. This is not a new issue. This didn't just happen yesterday.
Okay,
this has
got
been
it.
going on for years. People parking a lot. If there's as Ms. Little said, if there's a big lacrosse game or a football game, people are coming early and they're going to park where the closest parking spot they can find, and the lot gets filled up quickly. And sometimes they park in the park. There are no signs that say pool parking only.
There is one sign, one large sign, but
Right.
it's sort of,
But
so
not
no
individual
one
per
can see it.
space. Yes, ma'am. So we're going to continue to work on the issue.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. India Oaks, I saw your name was on the other page. I apologize for missing you earlier. Please.
Good afternoon, India Oaks, Hillsmere Elementary School. I wanted to highlight some of the items included in the written document I just submitted about the new public comment procedures. We all appreciate that additional methods were added as options to sign up to speak at these meetings. Yet the key word in that last sentence is added as options. Right now the language on the website and press releases about public testimony is misleading. There is no mention anywhere that the public still has the right to sign up in person, immediately before a meeting. The omission of this statement can be misleading to the reader who will think they can only sign up online or by phone. And it is not just speculation when I say such omission can be misleading. Since the new procedures were announced in June, I have seen multiple emails sent out to different education groups telling people signing up online or calling in are now the only way to sign up to speak. You as a school system have a responsibility to be fully transparent about how the public can participate, and that is not happening right now. Additionally, I am asking for consistency in the wording posted online. The main board page says people can sign up after the agenda is made public, while language on the public testimony page states people can sign up after the agenda is posted on that specific page. Given the agenda is made public in areas such as on board docs, such wording needs to be consistent across all communication. Finally, there are two other issues I wanted to quickly highlight. Language needs to be added explaining when the public can call in to sign up to speak. The phone number is the direct line to the board assistant, and thus will only be answered when the central office is open, which limits people from direct contact after hours, on the weekend, or if the central office is closed. Language should either state the exact times the public can call the number, or if the public has the option of leaving a message, language should be added letting the public know they are allowed to leave a message, and what information they need to include in that message. And my final item, I urge you to post all of the public testimony rules and etiquette on the public testimony page, including the 3-minute time limit, again for full transparency. Thank you. C.
Mrs. Oaks. And forgive me if you already did this. Do we have your testimony that you just gave us in writing? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry about that. We'll break now and then reconvene at approximately 1:45. And the first item on the agenda then will be the financial literacy presentation. So can we have a motion to close session?
Mr. President, I move that the board go into closed session to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter.
Second, great. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. We stand in recess. Thank you. Board will now come back to order, and we will reconvene. The board will now come back to order. We'll now reconvene with item 5.00, which is the financial literacy in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Gilliland, Vice President Corkadell, Dr. Olato, and members of the board. I am Michelle Benton, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, and joining me today is Skip Lee, Director of Curriculum, and Mary Talar, Assistant Superintendent for Advanced Studies and Programs. We are honored to have the opportunity to share with you the current state of financial literacy in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. As a point of context, we believe it is important to note that in 2011, MSDE began requiring all school systems to offer what they refer to as a program of study in financial literacy for students in 3rd grade through 12th grade that address the 6 financial literacy standards: make informed, financially responsible decisions, relate careers, education, and income, plan and manage money, manage credit and debt, create and build wealth, manage risks, and preserve wealth. To reach these goals, AACPS offers courses in financial literacy, as well as integrates the financial literacy standards into current courses and offers co-curricular and extracurricular opportunities to enhance the learning process. For example, many of our elementary students travel to Biztown and Owings Mills to participate in Junior Achievements Miniature City. Our middle school students learn the importance of maintaining a family budget in family and consumer sciences. And in high school, not only are the essentials of saving, credit, and investment taught in the context of Algebra 1, U.S. government, and AP economics, but students can experience them in a very real-world way if they choose to compete in the stock market game. Moreover, students engaged in magnet or signature programs in our high schools may be steeped in meeting many financial competencies as they work alongside or learn from the business professionals, our community business partners. We have a variety of instructional opportunities for our students in our school system. Beginning as early as 2nd grade, students are introduced to and learn about money. We begin with the value of money and what money can buy in early lessons. We study how current commerce affected the founding of our state and young America. In the intermediate grades of elementary school, students reinforce physical understanding with the decimal placement in math and taxation in social studies. The financial literacy standards shared with you earlier are more directly addressed as students enter middle school. Our family and consumer sciences, social studies, and health education courses integrate the financial literacy standards directly into the curriculum, and the 8th grade mathematics parallels the financial literacy standards with mathematical standards related to taxes. And students in middle school STEM or IB programs encounter financial literacy in action in their change-making and MYP design courses, respectively.
As previously shared, Algebra 1 and U.S. Government, along with AP Micro and Macroeconomics, are the core vehicles through which financial literacy standards are delivered, each having a significant section of their curriculum dedicated to this understanding. Additionally, our program of study affords all of our students the opportunity to elect courses that directly or indirectly address the important standards shared earlier. Your Finances is a 9-week course founded on the 6 financial literacy standards. Business and Personal Finance is another of those offerings that provide a strong understanding of money management and future planning for young people. Our Career and Research and Development course brings all the components of financial literacy together to position students well as they enter the career world. Finally, signature students will explore financial elements through business proposal development or project management, while magnet capstone students will experience similar financial rigor if they are engaged in a project where a detailed budget is required of them.
Beyond the walls of our classrooms, and depending on their interests, students are afforded the opportunity to engage in co-curricular and extracurricular activities steeped in financial literacy. The Maryland Council on Economic Education sponsors an annual Personal Finance Challenge Bowl, and I kind of liken it to It's Academic, where in each school students are encouraged to train for and compete for regional and national awards. Our vibrant Future Business Leaders of America clubs participate in local, regional, and national competitions and do quite well. The University of Delaware's Diamond Challenge is an outstanding competition requiring our students to identify a problem and develop a business model requiring a keen understanding of sound fiscal practices to be successful. And the stock market game is alive and well in here in Anne Arundel County. Just as a side note, when my son Devin was in school, he outperformed all three of our indexes. And I asked him if he was interested in investing some of his own money, and he said no, but he'd be happy to invest yours, Dad. Many of our co-curricular offerings, as well as our strong high school internship program, offer all of our students numerous opportunities to learn about the planning for, expenditure, and saving of, and investing of money. Money they have access to now, or wealth they will accumulate in the future. It's important to note that we aren't just making this stuff up. At the heart of the work are incredible relationships we have with many business and nonprofit agencies who bring the learning opportunities to life in real and meaningful ways. For instance, Dominic Powell from the Educational Systems Federal Credit Union joins us this summer at the Curriculum Writing Academy to share resources with our teachers to utilize right there on the pages of our curriculum guides. Dr. Alan Cox from the Maryland Council of Economic Education and Towson University sat side by side with our family and consumer sciences writers and our social studies writers to ensure the appropriate alignment of standards to learning experiences. And our friends at Everfee and Junior Achievement continue to be an excellent source of resources and materials to utilize in our classrooms. And our new relationship with the recently founded Anne Arundel Annapolis Financial Education Coalition provides a locally minded civic organization whose purpose it is to promote financial understanding and responsibility both in schools and in the community.
And let's not forget our signature and magnet business and community partners who lead our integrated community stakeholder teams and advisory boards. Collaboratively, they teach us or help support our project-based learning modules that are real world in origin. They also support us with job shadowing and field experiences, offer us mentorship, and open their doors to hundreds of students to serve as interns each and every year. Our community partners bring relevance, real-world financial problem-solving, thinking, and challenges into the lives of our students. Now to present some of the initiatives we have for the future, Michelle.
Thank you. As you've heard, there is certainly a lot taking place in the classrooms and schools across our system. We continue to explore opportunities to prepare our students for college and career and understand the importance that physical responsibility plays in these matters. I want to share some of the additional opportunities we are either currently working on or are considering for the future. This certainly isn't an all-inclusive list, but it does frame the conversation about what is possible for our students and staff. As shared earlier, we are continually looking for opportunities to integrate the financial literacy standards into courses that already exist in our program of study. For instance, Mrs. Shelley Harford has begun work to include the financial literacy standards in her ESOL 3 and 4 courses to provide our English language learners with this valuable information. We are working with our Human Resource Benefits Office to offer courses to our employees. We understand that financial literacy isn't just something for students, but also for our staff. We have incredible relationships with our business partners. We want to expand those relationships and include more, specifically in this arena, to be better able to serve and support our students. We continue to promote club and extracurricular experiences that support financial literacy-related initiatives. And as we continue to grow the internship opportunities we afford our students here in AACPS, we will direct efforts to the business and financial companies in our area of influence to afford students more opportunities to experience these sorts of jobs before leaving our schools. These are indeed exciting times, and we are honored to share with you the instructional opportunities and experiences our students enjoy. We are pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for such a thorough presentation. I appreciate you putting it together and sharing it. And I also just, before calling on Ms. Antoine, just to say thank you, Ms. Antoine, for raising this to our attention and having this request. So with that, Ms. Antoine.
Well, so when I requested this a couple of months ago, I was unaware of the status quo myself within our system. And so I sincerely appreciate this presentation. I also appreciate the prior board, though. I understood in my own research after this that you all were making the same sorts of strides. I understand even you, Terry, introduced courses that would help, that the board approved and added to helping. I am still, though, hearing from parents that their child is not receiving such enrichment. So I guess there is perhaps a disconnect between the offerings and the person on the receiving end. So I believe based on what we have now a baseline, right? So I believe the next step would be how is it being utilized, and not so much the effectiveness, but our partnerships. I know personally that there are partners that sign up and we never see them again. And we don't have the capacity or the resources to necessarily monitor the partners' activities, but we can monitor the students. If the parents are saying there is an absence and my child is not getting this, how do we ensure the parent knows these opportunities are there? So I believe that would be the next step in doing this, is just to analyze the utilization of all these fantastic opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. And this is a presentation that I feel we very much needed, the public very much needed. If you can help me, since we went, so quickly went through all the many things that are being done, I jotted down a couple of, I believe these are courses, Your Finance, Business and Personal Finance. Can you tell me when and where these courses are offered?
Certainly. I'll start off and then pass it on over to Mr. Lee. So in our program of study that Mr. Lee will talk a little bit more about is where parents can see what's being offered at our high school level, that particular course.
So any high school level can choose these courses. Any high school student can choose these courses, correct? Okay. So I am hearing a disconnect. That's what it is. Because I too am hearing from parents a lot. And whenever we try to focus on some issues, for example, when we started discussing the global citizenship course, many people cried out, well, what about finance? So it sounds like we're offering that, but the students aren't making those choices for their schedules. And so that's something that parents need to work with their kids on if they're finding that. I mean, I'll be honest, as a parent, I never thought to look for or encourage my kids to take one of these courses, but I wish they did, because that kind of is missing, and a lot of young people are going out in the world without having a good understanding on personal finance, and it's extremely important. So I am pleased to hear that we are actually offering these courses, and so I think we need some education and some marketing to our families for them to understand that we are offering this. It's here, and please take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Mrs. Shahan.
First, thank you. I think that this is incredibly important, crucial, in fact, and I didn't know about all the things we currently do. This is very, very informative to me. course, I just have a rising third grader, so we're not quite to like balancing checkbooks and worrying about, avoiding credit cards at college, but it's great to know that this is here. My one question is, in reading the yellow piece of paper that accompanies that's in our board packet, it says that it's required to offer programs in financial literacy, and I understand that you don't want to just have a financial literacy course that's mandated for everyone, but instead the required components are in all these other bits and pieces. But are some of those bits and pieces required courses? Because if I'm hearing right, and I've had a headache all day, so forgive me, but did Ms. Ellis's children not get that course because none of the courses that were listed are required, even though the financial literacy piece is required? I guess
So that's a really good question.
Yeah.
In Algebra 1 in our U.S. government, those are required courses. And then, of course, AP economics students could, macro and micro can elect to take those courses. And then the other ones we mentioned are also electives.
Electives, okay. So they got bits and bobs, it sounds like. Now, are the bits, would you have to take multiple of those courses to get the full picture, the financial literacy requirements from the state, or I don't know.
So it's when the state mandates that we deliver the standards, there's no bits and bobs. It is, everybody has to get it. So we have to put it in, we have to build it into classes. Either, you have two ways of doing that. Either have a separate course that you require everybody to take at some level, biology, English 10, or financial literacy, or you build it into courses that are required that every student must get through. And that's what we do, that's what many of the school districts do. And then we go above and beyond by adding separate courses. If a student has a real interest, their parents have real interest, then they can take that as a separate class in their class schedule during high school. But everybody gets the standards beginning in second grade and through into high school. So we they touch on and get all six of those Maryland standards.
Fantastic. Okay, yeah, that was my question. Again, third grade, totally different from high school. I love it. I think it's very valuable. I agree. Marketing, promotion of these things, encouraging communication with parents. I mean, everyone falls through the pitfalls of like, how do I live as an adult when I get into the adult world, especially in college, and you're being bombarded with credit card offers, and you don't really know how to balance a checkbook. You don't really know what you're doing anyway. So like, I think some engagement with parents, to say, these things are being offered, and we're doing it, and here's the full list of courses, and if your kid has an interest, well then, by golly, they can take massive electives on it, and I just think it's really, really important. I'm really very happy that you all did this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mrs. Antwine. Ms. Antwine.
I had a request. Is it possible to get this sent to us, the presentation, please?
Yes, sure. Absolutely.
Thank you.
And again, my thanks. I think Mrs. Ellis said it best with regard to the fact that we offer some solid stuff, but it's just not known. Perhaps for people that could benefit from it the most. It's a passion area for me. It was my first teaching area, personal finance, before I went into teaching econ. And then up until about 2 years ago, I was on the leadership council for junior achievement in Central Maryland, and had to give something up, and that was it. But so I did that for about 6 years, and during that time, I know J.A. Biztown, the participating schools in Anne Arundel County, had grown, and don't necessarily need it today, but just sort of like that yes, no. Is that still expanding, or are we stagnant, remaining flat, or is it decreasing? And I just mention that again because the value of J.A. Biztown for elementary school students is just amazing.
We can confirm those numbers.
Okay, great, thank you. And I know that comes at a cost too, and there's some nonprofit funding and support. And if some of our partners are willing to kick in additional money for the buses to get students to Biztown, I think that can go a long way, especially for the schools that benefit most. Ms. Salvi.
So I noticed that you all mentioned FBLA. So I participate at that at my high school. I was wondering if you had control in expanding FBLA chapters across the different high schools or programs similar to that, or making sure that they keep running, because I've heard for a lot of schools, some of them have stopped running or they don't have leadership to keep them going. So do you have any control over that, or could you make sure that that stuff is happening?
So each school is afforded a number of contracts through which they can determine how they're going to support their after-school activities. That is a location decision, but I agree with you that it's a valuable opportunity for kids to learn real-world application of what they're learning in the classroom. I don't know that the three of us really have a lot of control over that, but I think it goes back to the marketing piece. Your school is vibrant, great community. Those opportunities are afforded, and we need to be able to share those across all the high schools. I think
You have an incredible leader that's very passionate about FBLA, and we continue to try to support her as well in terms of the operation.
And I would just say, at the risk of avoiding a personal conflict here, I sit on the state board for the FBLA Foundation, and I'm not on the formal board. I'm on the foundation board, so I just do the fundraising, but I volunteer with them, and I've seen statewide where the success rates are high. It's when you've got a solid advisor at the school level, because that person and then students, the upperclassmen, and the excitement of the upperclassmen then draws in the underclassmen, and then it's like football or anything. It just keeps it vibrant and moving. I would really like to see an expansion of FBLA, because we've got a lot of money now that we actually will pay for students to go wherever to the national conferences, and they don't have to pay a dime now. We're hoping to get that way with the state conference, especially now because we're moving it from Timonium to the Inner Harbor next year in March or beginning of April. I don't know when exactly it's scheduled, but we're hoping by moving it to a more central location. I know Inner Harbor versus Timonium is not the end of the world, but we do hope it brings a bigger draw. So again, side note, and don't want any personal conflict there. I got no financial interest in it, but it's just an important program for me personally, and I hope to see it expanded. Any further questions or comments on this item? Any public comment? Seeing none on both fronts, thank you so much for this presentation. And again, Ms. Antoine, thank you for raising it to us. We'll now move back up near the top with our consent calendar. We have 8 items, 5.01 to 5.08. Is there a motion to bundle these items?
So moved.
And second? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Thank you. We now have a consent action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 5.01 through 5.08. Is
there a motion? Motion and a second. Great. Board discussion at this point. Mrs. Schallheim.
Hi. All right. I have a couple of questions, some of which. Oh yes. All right. So item 5.03. I just had a question about procurement related to this. So I had a wonderful conversation very recently with Dr. McMahon about our awesome new K through 2, not really new because phonics has been around a long time, but back to us curriculum, and she was explaining the procurement process for that, and then I was reading this, and it didn't look, at least not readily to me, that there was a formal bid process with this, so kind of a lack of competition. I just wanted to ask about that. Why was this exempt when for other bits of, for like the K through 2 curriculum, they had a lot of, they did an RFP and it came back and they had lots of different options. Like, why is this one different?
Sure. This, for the record, Alex Checkno, Chief Operating Officer. I guess to begin with, at a high level, under the state education article, textbooks, curricular items, and MOI, non-commodity based MOI activities do not have to be publicly bid and advertised. They can be through a negotiated agreement. Your policy and regulation comports with that too. So the state essentially recognizes that unlike a unlike a pencil, for example, that's a very commoditized item. Textbooks, curriculum, things like that that are developed and supposed to be in alignment with the 24 jurisdictions are not very easily biddable, not really a word, but across the jurisdictions. So the state gives every jurisdiction the latitude to develop their own curriculum, their own pacing guides, do their own material selections, and then that can be procured on a negotiated basis. It does not have to be an open RFP. And again, they recognize that, for example, the way Algebra 1 is taught here in Anne Arundel County may be different than Howard, and certainly may be different than in Texas or Wyoming. So to say we're going to get a Algebra 1 textbook that is standardized, that doesn't possibly align with the state of Maryland requirements, it possibly doesn't align with Anne Arundel County requirements, etc., sort of doesn't work. So, and that's very different. So if we're looking for a different approaches to K, we certainly can do that. We can buy proprietary products and say, okay, so if there's multiple vendors that create proprietary products, in terms of textbooks, we do evaluate more than one manufacturer's book. We do. So we have a standardized review and evaluation committee that meets routinely, vets, and decides which curriculum item, in this case a textbook, best aligns with the state standards and the local standards. That recommendation then is forwarded to the purchasing department. The purchasing department then negotiates a contract with the vendor based on price, discount, quantity discounts, whether they include training or is that an additional cost, etc. So it is a best value negotiated agreement that's permissible under, as I said, both state law and your policy and regs.
Fantastic. And so just so I'm understanding correctly, we had latitude with this one. With the other piece, I know the other piece isn't on this agenda, but just to compare, the K through 2 items, we didn't have latitude on, or we opted to.
No, we did.
RFP.
So again, it's very specific. We did have latitude with that as well, but we opted. So it's essentially what's the best fit.
Okay.
So every procurement, everything from literally from pre-K up to 12, a lot of homework goes into it, and it's coordination between our curriculum and instruction department, purchasing, finance, single textbook adoption program. It's what is the best strategy that's going to bring the best alignment for the best price.
Wonderful. That's very helpful, and I just learned a lot there. So thank you for that. I have a couple other questions. 5.04. I had a question from a constituent. Wanted to know if this particular contract is just for in-school opportunities, or is there a homework component to this one? I thought I read just in the media, but maybe I'm confusing this with another one. But I guess the rationale behind the question was that this particular constituent hadn't seen evidence of this come home, and so I just wanted to know if it was.
So it's both. These resources are typically available both during the academic day at home, and then to the extent that they're required, the students are given a log-on, a password at the beginning of the course at the beginning of the fall, and so assignments. So access can be gained off-site, and it's up to the individual instructor to align the questions.
Is this like the kids A through Z? Is that like the same? Is that one of them?
That is one of them. And
Okay,
some of
great.
these databases are those that are accessed from the students in school and at home. And then some of these databases are specific for teachers for instructional purposes.
Perfect. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to double check. And then materials for instruction. Gosh, let me see. I don't know which one this is. Let's see here. There's a contract for language arts books. What's that? Oh, 3. Sorry. All right. Yeah. Thanks. We were just there. Again, a constituent wrote me, asked about this and the cost of it, and said that the very nice book with a CD came home at the end of the year that didn't look like it had been utilized. So I'm just wondering, are this $3 million contract? I imagine that if something came home at the end of the year, was it a previous version of, I don't know what, but are we fully utilizing this both in the school and at home, I guess is the thing.
Yes, absolutely. Without knowing specific details, what I believe is being referenced is a consumable, and certainly teachers have an option of how they would like to use that consumable within their instruction. This was under a 10-year contract, so that may have been a consumable that was from a previous edition that the teacher happened to have left over and was sending home for the summer. That's a strong possibility.
The other issue, as you well know, and if you go visit Best Buy or
Sure.
almost any place nowadays, you're hard pressed to find a computer that has an actual platter to put in a DVD or a CD or whatever.
Yeah, we don't have one at my house. I
Yeah,
know
so
that.
increasingly the market is moving towards online. But again, some of the companies, knowing that we're still in that bridging phase, are producing a CD that they have sort of shrink wrapped sort of in the inside jacket, but there is an online complement too, so a youngster can, either we or a youngster can have access to both. Clearly, CDs, that's gone. There's almost hardly any machines that you can newly acquire, but there's a lot of legacy machines out there. So I think over time, we're just completely not going to see that technology out there.
So as far as you're aware, things are being utilized. That book with the CD might also have an online version that was utilized all year potentially.
Correct.
Okay, got it. All right. Thank you so much. Sorry, guys. I always have a lot of questions.
If I can piggyback on a question Mr. Shahheim asked, CDs aside, but or CD-ROMs or DVD-ROMs, whatever, when we have access codes, for instance, think of Pearson and the labs, my econ lab, my accounting lab, whatever. Usually that's a single use. So when you rip open that packet and there's a 16-digit alphanumeric code that's entered in that gets you access to the MyLab Pearson product. Does the school system have an arrangement where those codes can be used until, so that it's not just one student and then it's used, that it's more of a blanket consumable, so that we're not paying the per use fee?
So the answer to that is yes in general. It really depends on the structure of the contract. But those codes do typically expire at the end of an academic year, and a new series of codes, because they don't want a youngster to continue to maybe go off to college and keep using that product. So we've got different kind of arrangements, but typically where you have a user key to unlock it that does expire, and a new key is issued to the next 9th grade class or 12th grade class.
Okay. And I just asked because in the higher ed world, certainly that stays with that student for that particular semester, or if it's a macroeconomics class and then a microeconomics class, they can use it for both, but then it ends on a hard stop date. And I didn't know, because of the volume, if K through 12 school systems had a little bit of a different dispensation, if you will, to extend that.
Yeah, I think the market, Mr. Gillen, as I said, I mean, the market in instructional technology and instructional content is evolving, and you're alluding to, you don't go to the bookstore and buy textbooks. And my daughters are renting a textbook, but they're only renting it for 4.5 months, and at the 5th month it turns off and they can't find that textbook again. So that is another trend. But that's not really a trend in the K-12 arena, although higher ed is moving that direction. In the K-12 arena, we're not there, and we don't really see that that's a good fit for us, at least in the near term. Who knows where we're going to be 5 or 10 years from now.
And behind the scenes, through our technology office and our curriculum office, we have the single sign-on for our students. So once we have those access codes, then students are able to log in at any time during that year that we have that license.
Thank you for that. I see no other board questions or comments at this point, and we'll turn to public comment. We have one card for 5.03 and 5.04. That's Victoria Calhoun.
Hello again. I'm Vicki Calhoun. What I would like to tell you is we are talking about policy IH and policy IH-RA, of which is not being complied with. That document was revised in 2017, and to say it leaks like a sieve would be an understatement. Here's the book, right here. The spine was not broken. Not one thing is written in it. Here's the DVD. I do have DVD players. I can't afford to swap my computer out every year. The other thing I'll show you is this math book. Oh, wait a second, I was going to tell you. This is on the list for the program that was established that wasn't blessed by this board is called the Single Textbook Adoption Program. There's no details on the website about it, but basically what it is a bidding process, so you guys can wade in on that. This book is listed on that list. A lot of the books are purchased 4 or 5 years after they were released, so you're buying old stuff. Whatever he was talking about, the contracting process. This book is on there. It is an expendable item because the student is supposed to write in it. My student never wrote in it. But that's not the only one. Here's the math book. It's on there. Never written in. Photocopies came home on a regular basis, not of this book, but it's some other book that the teacher decided to use. So there's more of your cost in photocopies. These 2 books are not on your list. These are the social studies books, not this one. This is the social studies book that my sister or my daughter was getting carbon copies or Xerox copies off of that were brought home for social studies. This is not on your list. So the teacher was clearly picking materials out of this book and sending them home. But I will tell you, my special education daughter on Amazon, they had this book, which these 2 books are supposed to go together. This is for differentiated instruction, which should have been from my daughter. So I was stuck last year trying to cull through this thing and get material for my own daughter for her to understand the homework. Not do it. Understand it, actually learn the material. It's horrible what is going on in the classrooms today. The teachers are not using the material. I recommend that you disapprove this contract. Oh, by the way, this contract is probably for the books for this year. So you've probably already been shafted because if you disapprove the contract, the students probably won't have any stuff. The only other thing I wanted to mention is that there is a review process for the books that has not been approved by the board. It is Edu Reports, which there is research showing that organization is biased and that is producing books, approving books that are not really the best of the best. That there's bias, especially in the math curriculum. Not bias, not meeting the standards. So I would suggest to you that you need to look at your policy. It's terrible. And they're not using the books, so don't buy them.
Okay. Any further public comment on any of the consent items, Board of Contracts? Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, this is now a vote on items 5.01 through 5.08. Mrs. Howell, would you please call the roll?
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Antwine? Aye. Mr. Lyde? Miss Hummer?
Aye.
Miss Alvey? Aye. Miss Corkadell? Aye. Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Miss Shawhan?
Aye.
And Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great. Thank you. We'll now move to our action items, beginning with 6.01, Administrative Personnel Appointments. This is an action item. Dr. Arlato, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
So moved. Second. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. This is an action item. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Antwine? Aye. Mr. Lyde?
Aye.
Miss Hummer?
Aye.
Miss Alvey?
Aye.
Miss Corkadell? Aye. Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Miss Shawhan?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item 6.02, which is personnel. This is an action item. Dr. Arlato, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on personnel? Seeing none, Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Libe?
Aye.
Miss Hummer?
Aye.
Miss Alvey?
Aye.
Miss Corkadell? Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you. Now move to our third reading policy revision calendar. Item 6.03, confidential communication, reporting of at-risk student behaviors policy code GAD. This is on third reading for final approval. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend approval of policy GAD, subject to final correction for style and format.
Is there a motion? So moved. Got a motion and a second. Any board questions or comments at this point? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none. Item 6.03, policy code GAD is on third reading for final approval. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Libe?
Aye.
Miss Hummer?
Aye.
Miss Alvey?
Aye.
Miss Corkadell? Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great. Thank you. Item 6.04, student behavior threat assessment, policy code JN. This is on third reading for final approval. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend that the board approve policy JN, subject to final correction for style and format.
Is there a motion? So moved. There's a motion and a second. Any board comments or discussion, or questions or comments? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none. Item 6.04, policy code JN is on third reading for final approval. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Libe?
Aye.
Miss Hummer?
Aye.
Miss Alvey?
Aye.
Miss Corkadell? Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to our second reading calendar. 6.05, bullying, cyberbullying, harassment and intimidation, hazing and biased behavior, policy code JCCA. Ms. Ortiz.
Hi, good afternoon. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. I will also ask my colleagues to introduce themselves. Whoever wants to start.
Alice Swift, Director, Safe and Orderly Schools. Good afternoon.
Asha Smith, Senior Manager, EEO Compliance.
Brian Vogelin, Director of Student Services.
Maisha Gillens, Executive Director for Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement.
All right, so we have policy JCCA, bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, intimidation, hazing, and biased behavior on second reading. We did not receive public comments during the public comment period. I do have some follow-up based on questions or suggestions from board members from the first reading. So there was a question, I believe, from Ms. Antwine on the regulation on page 1 in the definitions for bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, or intimidation, about having the pattern of behavior language in there. And so in going back and looking at the law, because that definition is from the law, that was a great catch. It belongs under the bullying, but not in that broader definition. So we removed the pattern of behavior language there, but it is on the second page with just the bullying. So sometimes we miss those things. And then on page 7, Ms. Ellis asked us to look at language regarding how principals are communicating with parents regarding potential consequences for bullying behavior. And so in speaking with my colleagues and also with Dr. Lucarelli in Office of School Performance, we agreed to go ahead and add some additional language that is already being communicated to principals. So we thought that was a great idea to go ahead and just put that in there in the regulation so that it's clear. And the concern was that principals would tell the parents of a victim that they can't discuss anything because of confidentiality concerns. And I think we all know there are federal laws and regulations on student privacy, state laws and regulations. However, a principal can communicate to the parents that, we are proceeding in accordance with the student handbook, code of conduct, and that these are the potential consequences that someone could face without getting into details, right? Because we cannot discuss any disciplinary actions that may or may not occur. And so we did add language there. On page 7D, and it says, while the principal or the principal's designee is limited in sharing other student information with the parents, guardians of the alleged victim, the principal or the principal's designee shall inform the parents, guardians of the alleged victim of the potential consequences as well as the potential interventions and supports available in accordance with this regulation and the AACPS student handbook. So hopefully that addresses that concern.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz, and to the entire team. We've got a couple of board questions. Ms. Antoine.
So, first of all, thank you for doing the research and updating that. My question was, how does the modern problem of bullying based on citizenship come into play into this policy?
Can you elaborate a little bit more on your question?
So there are concerns of intimidation based on legal status, for example, and it's coming to me that there are problems for some of the students, to include the fact that their parents don't necessarily advocate for them when these kinds of things are happening to them, in terms of being intimidated because of their legal status. So I wanted to understand how a student who may not have the I would say traditional resources, how does this policy, can we update this policy to verbatim say that this bullying will include bullying, intimidation, or otherwise of those based on legal status?
So the bullying policy and regulation apply to all of our students, regardless of legal status, nationality, etc. I mean, we can go to anybody, everybody in our schools, right? Nobody should be bullied. Everybody has a right to be protected from bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, intimidation. And so it applies to everyone. And so, completely understand you might have parents that may not be here, may not be documented, or you may have bilingual parents or students in other situations where their parents may not be able or do not feel comfortable advocating for them. But this applies to everyone. The schools inform parents and students, and it's in the regulation, at least a couple of times a year. The counselors, the guidance counselors is discussed. The information is shared with students several times a year, and also with teachers as well, to keep an eye out. And you'll see in the regulation, the student can also can fill out a bullying form. It could be a student, a parent, a close relative in accordance with the law, or a school staff. And also, I forgot to mention, I did include language based on a question that I received on page 4 of the regulation that made it crystal clear that school staff shall report incidents of bullying. I thought we could make that clearer. So school staff also is required to do, I mean, they are required, but I just wanted that to be clear. So those are the various resources that, whether it's students that, have parents with documentation concerns, or other students, they all have the same available resources. So all of that to say is, I guess I would be concerned in just pointing out students, regardless of their legal status, because it applies to all of our students. And then, of course, our bias, when we get to the bias policy and regulation, we're talking about protected classes, so national origin and ethnicity is in there. So I don't think that we have to spell out any class of student because it applies to all of our students.
I agree with you based on your explanation that is in there, and then when a step further and emphasized the internal system's responsibility for bullying as well. So that's excellent. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Mrs. Shawhan.
Thank you again. And yes, I know you didn't mention some of my suggestions because I know that I sent those to you at the literal 11th hour. But and you're gonna, it's possible to look into those for the third
Yes,
reader?
so
Yeah.
yes, I did receive some suggested revisions and questions that you had regarding primarily the regulation. And so I haven't had a chance to discuss with my colleagues and with Dr. Arlato, but certainly before the next meeting, I will have follow-up.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Alvey.
So I know I sent you some questions regarding this, but the language for the principal's designee, which you read out, can we have some sort of language regarding if a student is to report something happening to another student? Can we say something that whoever that they go to, the counselor or the principal, must state to that student that certain procedures or regulations are being followed, so that reporting student is not stressed or concerned with the results of the situation because they don't know due to confidentiality reasons?
Yes, so I did receive your questions. Again, I haven't had a chance to chat with my colleagues and Dr. Arlato, but definitely that's on my list to discuss, and we'll get back to you before the next meeting regarding that. But thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you. Looks like we do not have any more board questions or comments at this point. We'll turn to public comment. And I know there was one card from Dr. Thornell Jones, but I know he has left already. Is there any further public comment? Yes, Dr. Didoni, if you like. Oh, there's no mic.
Dr. Mary Didoni, thank you, members of the board. Dr. Arlato, thank you, members of the administration, for these, and I'm going to attempt to speak to both, but if I'm going to run out of time, I'll be back to talk to the next one. I see here a tremendous amount of effort, insight, professionalism, awareness of the breadth of the problem, the depth of the problem, a professional rigor that brings me to tears, genuinely. I want to particularly call out the effort that has been put into the analysis of prevention and intervention and supports. With respect to the purpose statements, I acknowledge that on first reading, what's most obvious is that these are addressed to student bullying. If I look into the investigations in both bills, and in this one particularly in Clause 2B, there is wording that addresses employees and students, but it does not address contractors or volunteers. We have evidence, very public evidence, of bullying from contractors, racial bias, that I believe it would do the board well to consider adding. I do know the public would be looking for a mechanism there. Under definitions, my narrow reading, I want to call out two things. First, I understand the significance of intention versus impact. I sat through both of the circuit court trials for the young men who hung a noose at Crofton Middle School. I was a court-appointed supervisor for one of those two young men. I have deep sensitivity for the distinction between intention and impact, both legally speaking, but also in terms to what happens to the community. You are, I believe, correctly focused on intention. That leaves the school system having to deal with public impact. I know there are programs to do that. I've spoken to you before in support of the Global Community Citizenship course. It's a mechanism. I request that you consider carefully how you deal with the impact side of it, regardless of the intentions, and that it's done in a compassionate manner, which is going to lead me down to jump ahead to the interventions and supports. I certainly appreciate all of those that were listed. They are remarkable. I would ask that you consider adding restorative justice as a separate item from conflict resolution. The distinction being that restorative justice focuses on harm and healing. And I know there are restorative justice practices in the school system. The public scuttlebutt is that its enforcement is at the discretion of principals, and not all principals are equally on board with it. And I'll look forward to saying more when we come to the next bill, the next policy.
Dr. Didoni, before you leave, I'm sorry, just between flipping pages, your first comment about third parties, contractors, where were you referencing that it was missing?
A school bus contractor, presumably owner, who referred to a young child using the N-word.
I didn't mean that. I meant in here. You were referencing it.
Oh,
its omission.
Yes. In the bullying, cyberbullying, et cetera policy, clause 2B under investigations adds interactions between employees and students, and I believe those would go both ways. But it does not address contractors or volunteers.
So if I can address that, if you turn to page 8F, we added language that says complaints alleging bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, or intimidation by an AACPS employee, volunteer, or third party shall be reported to the Office of Investigations for appropriate action. We also have a separate just personnel policies and regulations that specifically address discrimination, harassment, and all of that apply to our employees, volunteers, third parties. So I think we're covered.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to make sure that in here, we've got a couple of lights. Mr. Shawhan?
I like your idea. Thank you for your testimony. I like your idea about adding restorative justice. Can you add that to my list of suggestions to chat with staff?
I wrote it down.
Thank
Yeah,
you
it's one
so
of the
much.
topics.
That's it.
Thank you. I had a question about the restorative justice versus conflict resolution. Dr. Didoni, your recommendation is that we identify both of them in here and not one as the umbrella feature of the other?
That is correct.
Okay. And then I had a question, Mrs. Straknovitz, in terms of our contracts. In terms of our contracts, do we have clauses in there when incidents like these occur? Because the contractor is, of course, obligated only to the contract. Do we have clauses in there to reinforce what our policies are?
Alex Shekno, Chief Operating Officer. We do have general language that talks about compliance with the, with applicable state laws, local laws, things like that. Now, whether it gets down to that degree of granularity, I'd have to go and check specifically.
Oh, no worries. I just wanted to make sure that even though we do it in the policy, the obligation for the contractor is back to the contractor.
Right, understood.
So if we can get an answer on that, that would be, of course, whenever you can.
Sure. And then the other thing I will say, though, in our contracts is we do have a lot of control in there. So when an allegation is levied, for example, a student against a driver, we can investigate that. We can have that driver removed, bar them from being utilized as a driver for an Anne Arundel County public school route, et cetera. So we do have a lot of contractual and administrative strengths that we have in our portfolio when we encounter such an issue. Similarly, anybody that works on any of our school grounds, for example, has to, pass the correct background checks and all that. Clearly, anybody that can't is barred. They're not allowed either on a bus or on a school or on a roof or anywhere like that. So, there are a lot of those elements already built into it. But again, I'll have to go back and specifically check the language to see how all-encompassing it is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment? Any further board comment? Excellent. So this will be back on third reading during our next meeting?
Correct, yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. We'll now move to item 6.06, Bias Behavior and Language Policy Code JO. Again, on second reading. Ms. Ortiz.
So I have some follow-up for policy JO, bias behavior and language, based on some requests and suggestions from the board at the last meeting. First, on page 2, it was requested by Ms. Schallheim to add ethnicity to national origin. I'm sorry, page 2 of the regulation. And so in just looking back, we thought that would be appropriate, even though ethnicity is included in the definition of national origin, but we understand that a lot of folks are maybe used to that word as opposed to national origin. So we went ahead and added that to the definitions. I know there have been lots of questions about expanding the groups of people that are covered. And so conversing with colleagues and my EEO expert here, we all agree that we do not feel comfortable, nor that we have the ability or authority, frankly, under the law to expand upon the protected classes. That's a legal term of art, and so the law clearly defines protected classes, and so those are the groups that we added to the policy and regulation, and so just legally we don't have the ability or authority to do that. And also we understand the concern. I think there's a concern that nothing will happen, there will be no consequences, but I think that's where our bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, and intimidation policy and regulation come in, because you'll note that is a little broader, right? It talks about other groups of people that are not protected classes in accordance with state law or federal law. And so they're covered. And we have a student code of conduct. If a student is misbehaving, there will be consequences. There's an expectation of behavior and conduct by our students and, quite frankly, our employees, volunteers, and third parties. And so even though it may not be covered under the bias policy and regulation, it is covered under this the bullying and just the general student conduct policy and regulation. So we feel that we're very covered. And then there were some questions about the definition of disability and adding emotional, I think it was emotional and social well-being. So again, here the law is very clear in defining disability as mental, it's in statute, mental or physical. However, in the bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, and intimidation regulation, it's broader, right? It talks about disability or ability, and so that's a little bit broader. But again, we just would not feel comfortable changing our definition just, in accordance with how the law defines, Maryland law defines disability. And so here again, I know Ms. Schallheim and Ms. Alvey had some other questions, and those are all on my to-do list to get back to before the next meeting. I was able to answer some of your questions, but not all of them. So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ortiz. We've got a few board questions and comments. Ms. Alvey.
So I had a question about reporting. So it states on page 3, under reporting, section B, that a student may complete and submit a bullying, harassment, or intimidation reporting form in accordance with the policy, although this is the bias behavior and language policy. So just to address in the eyes of the students that we treat bias behavior and language differently than other forms of bullying or harassment, although I understand the reporting form will look the same most likely, or in this case it is the same, is there a way to have two separate forms that have the same format? So let's say like we'll have a bias behavior and language reporting form that looks exactly like the bullying, harassment, or intimidation reporting form, and it just clarifies to the students that they're being treated differently, in my opinion. Like, is there a way to do that?
So maybe we just need to rewrite the language or the order of this. So we have a bias form that employees, staff are to fill out. It's a little bit different in that the bias form, the students would fill that out. And so we know there are instances in which bias, behavior, and language can also be bullying, and vice versa. And so, but that's not always the case. And so we just wanted to add language in this regulation noting that it may be bias and it may also be bullying, and then we are required to report that to the state of Maryland. And so we do have two different forms. It's just the bias form, and it is, it's a little bit different. It's asking for different information, but that's done by the staff. And so we'll look at maybe reordering, B and C, and then also just maybe providing more clarifying language, acknowledging that there may be instances, and I thought I put something in there, but we can look at that.
Okay. And the only reason being that if I am to go to my counselor or principal and I want to report something that is related to biased behavior, I'm going to approach it much differently than bullying on any other basis. And that's why, obviously, looking at it from a very classroom perspective and at the school level, it's kind of like, what form are you handed when you walk into your counselor or principal's office?
Sure,
So
yeah.
that was just my concern regarding
That's
that.
a good observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schallheim.
Again, thank you for your work on this. Thank you for taking my additional suggestions. Just piggybacking on what Ms. Alvey was just stating, can they be the exact same form but with a different title?
So no, because the state requires different information. So our bias form is from the state of Maryland, and that's what we're required to use.
Got it. Sorry if I missed that point. I also, I do have a really tiny change on the policy side, and I think that's something maybe we can address via a motion. So if we look on page one of the policy, position number 4, it currently reads, it is a violation of this policy for an AACPS student to engage in biased behavior or language on AACPS property, on a school bus, or at school-based activities. I think that this stuff also goes on online. I think we've had proof of that with some incidents last school year, and so I wondered if it would be possible to add in that list of items, or on social media. We had pictures of unsavory things last year come across. I don't remember what school. I think it was Broadneck. I'm not entirely sure. And people can say biased things towards another student online. I just don't want them to slip through the cracks where we would otherwise say, oh no, you don't. You're like, oh gosh, it's not in the policy because it's not explicitly written. So I do want to add, what would you write that? Would it just say or online or via electronic device? I mean, what is the standard?
So if you are agreeable to let me go back and look at language, I don't disagree that online. However, the caveat is that school systems don't have, blanket jurisdiction on students' online behavior. There has to be a nexus to the school and the school system and cause a disruption. And so my concern is the online is kind of broad. So if you would allow me to go back and just find some language, because we do have the social media policy and regulations for students and for staff, and we have electronic use of electronics, also policy and regulations. So I just want to be able to go back and look at those to see how we word it for consistency and for accuracy. But the intention is right, that online behavior, even with the bullying, is covered. It's just wording it.
That would be great, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I don't want to misword it, move, and then go through all that if it's not if it doesn't encompass what it should. So,
and it might just be. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So the bullying regulation has also referenced electronic communication, so we might just pull in that language because that was added in state law a couple of years ago, which is one of the things that we added into our regulation. So we might be able to pull language from there.
That's wonderful, because I definitely would argue that when these things occur online, it makes a huge educational impact of the school. Like it blew up like a bomb with that one thing last year. I'm sure there were others. And so, yeah, I just want to make sure we're covered. And thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And then the rest of it, I'll just hang out. And
Mhm.
thank you again for your work on this.
Thank you.
And for the team's work. That's it. Y'all are a team.
Thank you so much. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. On page 5 of 7, under section 4, under the consequences, the first offense is that the student takes the course with his or her parents. Does suspension come along with that necessarily, or does it just mean you take the course?
So, not necessarily, right? There are case-by-case situations.
Okay,
Each
good.
incident would be to have different degrees, and so that's why in B we do say that they're subject. Maybe I should say shall also be subject to the appropriate disciplinary actions in the AACPS Code of Student Conduct.
That
So
was
they're
kind
both
of-
being looked at. So perhaps just adding also
Right,
makes it clear. Mhm.
because I made the poor assumption at first that, okay, the student has been suspended, and this is something, as part of the consequence, the resolution was the class. So that was good. The other part of that is the feedback I got was that the parents didn't want to go. And I can tell you there were some times that Mr. Antoine ran his mouth, and not like this, thank the Lord, but he got in trouble, right? I would not want to have had to take off of work or whatever the case may be to attend that class on his first offense, because he does need the correction, but I don't necessarily feel like I would have needed to be there. So could we tier it or something as a solution? What is the purpose of having the parents there as well?
Well, our parents and guardians are our first teachers. And so the goal in having them there is the direct impact of how their child needs to begin to develop and change their behavior. We walk them through the series of classes because we do Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday at Marley or at Phoenix, so that they are just full transparency about the curriculum and what is taught. And of course, they share their stories, and then they learn from that and grow from it. But the parent should be there in supervision so it doesn't happen again. They don't have to come to all of them, but we want to walk them through what the expectations are for the student as they move through the other 6 additional classes.
So the first class is an introductory kind of situation where the parents understand this is what will be happening.
Mm-hmm.
So in the case of the parent not showing up,
There are cases where parents can't show up because other siblings and jobs impact. So what I try to do to mitigate that is to see if there's outside therapy, counseling, mentorship, clergy member, or anyone to offset some of that conversation.
so that the student will still be accommodated.
Yes,
by
but
them.
it's a case-by-case basis. Very rarely does it happen, and parents do attend.
And would we be able to update the regulation to kind of indicate that, or how would that work? How would the
If I
parent
could
know?
interject that if you do that, that might be the out that a lot of people take. And I
Underst-
don't want to do, we deal with those families on case-by-case basis.
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
Understood in that case. However, their parents that just cannot be there for whatever maybe.
And we will accommodate. We do one-on-ones for our younger youth in the elementary schools. We go to the schools and work with them before school ends for the day.
So could we, as you just shared with me,
Mm-hmm.
introduce language that says we can modify this consequence on a case-by-case basis, or something to that
No, I don't want to do that. I want this to be impactful, and I want the parents to be involved. And as said, we've had parents that have refused in the past or could not, and we work it out. I trust that Ms. Swift will work it out on a case-by-case basis, but I do not want to write in language that we are going to negotiate these consequences.
not necessarily negotiate, but if I'm the student, my parent cannot be there, did I not meet, I didn't meet the consequence? What goes on there? When there are circumstances way beyond a parent
Well,
not
there's a
wanting to
difference
be
in
there.
a circumstance and a refusal. So with the refusal will work out. But if it's something else, then we do the accommodation.
Okay. If a
If that makes
parent,
any
for,
sense.
just for clarification,
Mhm.
if a parent cannot be there, does the child fail to meet the requirement of the consequence?
No, they don't. But if they can't be there, we will work out maybe another date and time, another location. Can we come to the school? What's the impasse? And if there's something else they can offer for us to offset their role. But the goal is, as Dr. Olato has stated, is the impact. There's a difference between refusing an accommodation because of other children in a job or something else that may, prevent them from coming. But there's some folks that believe that they weren't biased or that the act, yeah, and that's a little different. So,
Okay.
to the rest, I'll defer to General Counsel.
Okay, thank you, Boo.
Mrs. Corkadal.
Yeah, I just had a question. When Ms. Schallheim had brought up about the online, I kind of was wondering since we're in Rome on that, if I recall a couple cases where I sort of liaisoned from the county side over with the schools. And in a couple of the cases as it dealt with online, because sometimes they don't contact the school at first, they look at it as a social media issue, not a school issue, even though it is. We worked very closely with the state's attorney's office. I would like to see maybe some feedback from them before we finalize if we're dealing with online, because aren't they that first person who's going to do the criminal charge if it's involving it because of online? Or do we collaborate? Is there a collaborative effort? I just would hate to write a policy and we're inadvertently strapping our people who would be that next level that's happening in addition to the school. Or is there no concern of that?
So it depends. Not all biased behavior rises to the level of criminal activity or a hate crime. And so in those instances, we would be the ones contacted by the state's attorney's
let me
office.
rephrase it. I just want to make sure our language doesn't get in their way somehow.
Oh, yeah. No, we definitely wouldn't.
I mean, we're doing that because they're pretty heavily involved in that stuff.
Yeah, we wouldn't do anything to interfere, but
Oh,
still
no,
be
I
able
know
to
that. I
carry.
just, because
Yeah.
kind of wondering, since we're in second reading and it just sort of came up, it just occurred to me that would be valuable input
absolutely.
too with it to make sure we're right in sync with
Yep.
our fellow teammates.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That was it.
Thank you. Mrs. Schallheim.
So, not to steal possibly Dr. Dodoni's thunder, but on page 6 under interventions and supports, can we add restorative justice to that too? I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, I've got no further board questions or comments at this time. We'll move to public comment. Dr. Dodoni.
Thank you again, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board, and everyone in AACPS who's given your heart and your professionalism to this. I can't thank you enough. Extend the comments from my previous time at the podium to this, and I would like to call out a couple of things I didn't reach before. I'm going to assume that in addition to the notation in under investigations 2G, there is additional language that will extend to contractors. Under element 2H, and I believe this is under investigations, having sat through both of the circuit court trials around whether or not a hate crime charge could be brought around the hanging of the noose at Crofton, I experienced a disagreement among professionals, including a former and now current state's attorney over the interpretation of what constitutes a hate crime. Therefore, it strikes me as something that cannot be taken as a solid definition, especially if we're having a requirement to report to enforcement authorities hate crimes. Would it be appropriate to consider language such as acts that may meet the criteria of hate crime or are suspected to meet the criteria of a hate crime. Under definitions, something I didn't mention before, which applies to both of the proposed regulations, there is reference to definitions that apply to students. And there is an implication that it may apply to persons, including their parents. So I have a very specific example that is made public through work done in the Severna Park area. And this is a case of a child of two lesbian mothers being ridiculed because of her parents' marital status. So if it's possible to extend the definitions, or appropriate to extend the definitions, especially as we don't expect too many of our children to be married. Finally, again, with respect to both of the regulations were, as far as I could tell in my reading, silent on appeal or escalation processes, and I would expect these would be exercised on both sides. Students and parents who felt that their complaints were not adequately addressed, and AACPS personnel who felt that they were treated inappropriately in the case. So I would ask for consideration of appeal and escalation processes, and I apologize if I missed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, a couple more board questions and comments. Mrs. Shawhan.
I'm sure you wrote notes, Ms. Ortiz, but just in case, are you capturing all of what you just, all of the lovely suggestions?
And I always go back and look at the video too.
Awesome. All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure the I's are dotted. Yes,
thank you. Mrs. Hummer.
I just have one thing. Looking right at the end on page 7 of 7, number 7, it says there are instances where biased behavior and language constitute bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, or intimidation. Such incidents shall be addressed in accordance. Could we add in such incidents shall also be addressed? Just to make sure that both, in those cases, both policies.
Yeah, and we'll look at the language, because I think I have very similar language in the bullying policy and regulation too. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that looks like it for the second reading on this item. So we'll be back with third reading on this again in September, as we would with 6.05, September 11th.
And I will follow up with the board before the meeting, so that you have answers and can think about them.
Thank you so much for that. And again, thank you everyone for being here today. We'll now move to the other action items. Item 6.07, Sunset Elementary School Kindergarten Edition Schematic Design. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. Recommend board approval of the Sunset Elementary School Kindergarten Edition Schematic Design.
Is there a motion? So moved. Got a motion and a second. And there's no formal presentation on this, but certainly questions or comments. Any board questions or comments? Any public comment? Seeing none. This is an action. I'm sorry, Ms. Alvey.
Sorry. It's comparing this elementary school edition to the other one that was presented. I noticed that there were individual. I take that back. I figured it out.
Okay. Seeing no further board questions, comments, seeing no public comment, we'll now take the vote. Mrs. Howell, would you please call the roll on item 6.07?
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Libe?
Aye.
Miss Hummer?
Aye.
Miss Alvey?
Aye.
Miss Corkadell? Aye. Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great. Thank you. We'll now move to item 6.08, Van Bachman Elementary School Kindergarten Edition Schematic Design. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
My apologies. I recommend board approval of the Van Bachman Elementary School Kindergarten Edition Schematic Design.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve? Move. Motion and a second. Again, no formal presentation, but we'll move to board questions and comments. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, President Gilliland. I wanted to understand on section 1, first page, it shared the state capacity number as well as another number in terms of for the proposed addition. But what is the current actual number of kindergarten students projected for this addition?
Are you asking what the current state capacity is?
Yes, the enrollment, basically.
The full-time enrollment for FTEs is 494. And that was calculated of September 30th of last year.
Okay. And then if we look at, this would be well, all of it's section 4, but under, if we turn about to the middle of the page where it talks about the existing site plan and the proposed site plan, I noticed that it didn't indicate that there were exits on the back of the school. So is the intention of the design not to have any exit outside of that one at the bus loop for safety reasons? So
Are you
it's
looking at the proposed addition with the front and back entrance? So there would be that corridor that we would add. Right. So if you turn to page 27 of that same section, it'll show an enlarged floor plan where it does show entrance and egress out of that corridor that we will be adding in.
okay. I guess what I'm getting at, if we can go back to Sunset just a second, it looks like on the back of that particular one there is a means for exit. If I'm under the site plan on page 5, it looks like that's a sidewalk or something where there will be a means of egress in that case. But on this one, it looks like they would have to go in. If worst case, they needed to egress, they would have to go back within the school and then come back out. It doesn't look like there's anything on the addition in terms of egress.
They would, in both instances, they would have to go into that corridor that we would be adding onto the school, and they could go out either side, front or back.
So the new building, the new 4-classroom addition is attached to the current building, and there is a new hallway that will separate the two.
Okay.
And students would walk
And then
out
their
of,
doors.
and could turn right or left, and there
Okay,
would be
got
an
it,
exit at
got it.
either end of that new hallway. Does that make sense?
Perfect.
Yeah, so there's this
Thank
hallway
you.
between the new and the old.
Thank you.
Mrs. Shahin.
Hi, I just have one question on page 6, where there's the little dotted line and it says potential future classroom addition. I'm kind of the mind, do it once, do it right. Under what set of circumstances would that proposed future classroom addition become an actual schematic design in front of us, or be put in that pipeline to become that? And if that's nearer on the horizon, isn't there economies of scale of just doing it all now?
So we would only add that if there was a need for it. Right now, there's only a need for the 4-classroom addition for the Ks. We always look at future expansion at all of our schools, whether it be where the corridors are placed, where potential relocatables could be. But this would be a future project that we don't consider a need for at this present time.
And you don't project a need on the horizon as of yet? Because the reason why I ask is I didn't see the same sort of dotted line on the other, and so
It all depends on site, how the site lays out, where they could actually put that. We specifically asked this architect to look at that for future use. With the current projections, we don't show a need at this point for any additional expansion.
And the current projections go out a decade-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, great, thank you.
Okay, I see no further board questions or comments. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, this is an action item and vote on item 6.08. Mrs. Howell, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Ellis?
Aye.
Mrs. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Lybe?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item 6.09, Fort Smallwood Elementary School Deed of Public Utility Easement. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation?
Yes, sir. Recommend board approval of the Fort Smallwood Elementary School deed of public utility easement.
Motion? Got a motion and a second. Thank you. There is no formal presentation. Are there any board questions or comments? Any public comment? Okay, this is a vote on item 6.09. Mrs. Howell, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Lybe?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Mr. Grannon? Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great. Thank you. Next, we'll move to our review items. Item 7.01 is award of contracts. No formal presentation, but are there any board questions? Mrs. Schallheim.
Thank you. I asked this question previous to the meeting, but just for the purposes of, in case anyone else in the public reads this like we do, for award number, it's really award number, 12. Modification, installation, and reconstruction signals and lighting. When I read this, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Why isn't that county? And so, if Dr. Arlotto wouldn't mind giving just anyone who would who happens to be watching this the very, very brief reasoning why that is under our purview, not the county, I would be grateful.
Yes, so I sat down with Mr. Shaknovich after you and I talked so that I could make sure that I clearly understood you are right. Typically, signals will come under the state highway or local jurisdiction unless we are, unless based on construction, say, for example, we need an intersection moved. So if we've built a building and the entrance was in one place and now the entrance is in another place and we need that signal moved to meet the need of that new entrance of that new school or reconstruction, certainly the county's not going to take on that because it was ours. We would have to take that on. Is that right? Yes. So if it's, I think we're going through that now at Jessup Elementary School is an example where the entrance to the school is changing, and so we are now going to sort of be responsible for, I guess is the best way to put it, moving the signal.
Perfect. Now, in terms of lighting, can I, not specific to this, well, I guess it would fall under this. Say we desperately need a bus stop to stay where it is for a variety of reasons, but a lighting could improve that, making it more safe. There isn't another option or whatever. Is that something that we would put in to make a bus stop safer? Because the county, or do we ask the county, hey, we have this bus stop, can you put in a light? Does that ever happen, and would that fall under something that we would shell out money for?
I've not experienced that in 3 decades.
I got one for you.
We do, but I mean, we do routinely communicate with the county pretty collaboratively. So if it's a state road or a county road, we can certainly make a request of them, just like we do for traffic engineering studies, traffic calming studies, etc. So if there's a unique circumstance, we would put that request into either the state or the county and ask their indulgence.
Do they often comply with those requests, or is it
again?
very
I've never asked for one in 3 decades to put a street light in a specific spot that's well removed from one of my schools. I'm not, so I don't know what the answer would be.
I'll email you. Thank you for that explanation. The page 31. Do you have any? Page 31 has to do with playground, outdoor fitness equipment, site accessories, etc. resurfacing. Do we have any specific schools in mind, or is this one of those contracts where we want to keep a reserve in event that we need it, or is this to fulfill some specific school projects that we're doing at the moment?
So there's two different avenues where this typically would be accessed. One would be in terms of the reconstruction or replacement of a school. So at Jessup, Arnold, Manorview, High Point, new schools get new playground equipment. That would come off this contract. We also ask for a line item funding in our capital budget specific to the replacement of pre-existing playgrounds. Should that be funded, then this contract would be a vehicle in which those newly appropriated county CIP dollars could be dispensed.
Wonderful. And last question, sorry guys, you know I always have a lot. It has to do with the USDA processing commodities. I cringe only because I'm a recovering vegetarian, but my reading of this is that there's a list of approved, and we've selected a couple from that list, Donley Farms and Tyson Foods. Did we select? Is it a menu? Do we select those two because we happen to like them? Or was there another rationale? And is there a longer list than just those two?
There is a longer list. We are adding these two. So the federal government approves the vendors. They go through an evaluation process. They approve the commodity processors, and as they post a new list, we synchronize our list with theirs. So we're adding this. The purpose of this is adding these two additional commodity processors to the list that we can procure from because they've been added to the USDA list.
And do we have preference of who we ultimately choose in the end? I know we're adding them to a list of options, but do we prefer one over another, and do we take into account any sort of farming sustainability or lack of hormones and raising of animals or any of those sorts of issues?
Price.
It's all price. It's all money.
Price. So the federal government runs this entire operation. Our choice is we either participate or we forego the federal funding. So the USDA supports farmers through a price stabilization mechanism where they go out and buy commodities from farmers. They then send the commodity to a USDA approved processor, and then we have the option of either receiving the products from them, or we can turn them down and either not use cheese at all or have to go and pay for cheese on the open market instead of getting it from the federal government at a greatly reduced rate.
Does the federal government put any guidelines, since it is used for schools, do they have any guidelines about use of hormones or conventional versus sustainable versus organic of any sort, or is it straight conventional the whole way through? I just want to know if there's specific rules that they have to follow with regards to those things.
Sure, there's federal nutritional and food safety rules that they have to follow specific to what hormone is on an approved list and what is not. That's a long, it's almost like a medicine shopping list. It's a long list. So the products have to comply with the federal government requirements on both the production side and the nutritional value side.
Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate your time. Thanks.
Okay, I see no further board questions or comments on, what are we on? The contract items. Any public comment? Seeing none, that concludes today's official business. The next general board meeting will be on Wednesday, September 11th at 10 a.m. There will be a board workshop on the superintendent's proposed capital investment program on Thursday, September 12th, 2019 at 6 p.m. in this room. And that, again, that's the FY21 CIP and capital budget. And then the next budget committee meeting, actually, that's on the agenda for today has been canceled. At this time, we'll have a motion to close for closed session. Mrs. Corkadell.
Mr. President, I move that the board go into closed session to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter.
Motion second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
Well, let's put it this way. I have a Labor Day weekend, and then every other weekend after that. You know, that's my schedule. Week on, week off. So Labor Day takes